Oops, I broke it again. What? Oh. Nope. There we go. All right, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Hey. Oh, okay, there we go. Nice. Hey. Sync. I don't even know how this works. Oh, I guess I should do this. Copy. Can I not? No, it don't work. Sync. Alright, that sounds cool. What's that do, show? Alright, I guess we'll figure this out. Oops. What up, William? Dun, 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 dun. I'm setting up my... I'm setting up my stream here. I got a new tool. Okay, pause. What did I break? I broke something. Oh, okay. How do I do? I'm still learning. How shocked. I'm pretty shocked. Do you remember that Jane's Addiction album from like the 90s? Maybe, yeah, 90s, Nothing Shocking. I was looking over some American politics. Freaking crazy. I was looking at lawsuits and Supreme Court cases and freaking insanity going on. What up, 501? 501, 521, baby. 105. No one here gets out alive. You do yours, baby. I'll do mine. You can get it, baby. If you, I can't remember. All right, let's see what we doing. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's see. Live wires. Let's see what the internet's got for us. Let's see. Okay. The Pentagon UFO sightings mapped. Man builds a fully functional $12,000 scale Lamborghini. No way. Laser beams. Inside China's most dangerous cliff village. Shout one out when you see one. A classical supercomputer just fought back. Insane aviation. World's first double arm transplant. Supreme Court sides with Trump. Supreme Court loosens law banning marijuana users from holding guns. So now you can still one side of our political parties here wanted to stop people that recreationally use marijuana from having firearms, and now they're allowed to have them because they don't stop people that drink from having them. Oh yeah, did you see that it's available for free to watch for the next 48 hours on X? It's free on X for the next 48 hours. Elon Musk posted it because Germany banned it, or said that they won't give it a rating so it can't be seen or whatever. So Elon Musk posted it or reposted it or something along those lines. That's what I was reading earlier. Okay, let's say. Oh, I can't spell properly. Well, what's going to be in German? Not the vigilant citizen. Citizen. So where's it at? Okay, here it is right here. If you, on Elon Musk's account. So he posted it here, the entire movie. Yeah, the UK banned it too. Yeah, so you can watch it here on X, all hour and a half of it for free for the next 48 hours. It's already been viewed 6.5 million times. Do you know they already made $70 million off that movie? It only cost $750,000 to film, and they've already made $70 million off of streaming. Yeah, we can't watch it here because it's copyrighted, but yeah. Yeah, so yeah. If you're interested, go to X and watch it. I think that's kind of that had to be a kick in the freaking butt cheeks for the governments that didn't want it seen in those countries. And he's just like, here you go, everybody. I wonder how much he gave them. I wonder how much he gave, or I mean, maybe it was just free because now people will buy the streaming version of it or donate or do whatever. Hey, Richard, it's called Citizen Vigilante. It's about a guy in, I believe, Germany whose wife and kids were affected by migrant gang rape, and so he goes off on a killing spree. So it's like old school movies like Batman, vigilante justice type stuff, Batman, and what was that one that came out with there was like a whole bunch of them from in like the 70s and 80s. I can't remember the guy's name. Charles Bronson. And yeah, so like they were like, no, that's rude. And so I was like, okay, crying fish. But yeah. And where you said something about Williamson Aviation. Okay, let's see. So yeah, so it's available for free to watch the next 48 hours on X. Okay, I'm not gonna watch Insane Aviation Mistakes. That'll stress me out. Let's find something different, aviation related. Amateur aircraft. How about that? How about amateur aircraft? Oh, I can't hear anything. Can you guys hear it? I broke something. Okay, it's just low. Oh, I thought it was going to be comedic stuff that you can't see. Yeah, Citizen Vigilante. Yeah, unbelievable how little money, $750,000 to film it, and they've already made $70 million. It's got like a 96% upvote on Rotten Tomatoes. Apparently, people are loving it. And that's going to change the culture. That's going to completely, because now failing Hollywood is going to see how much money this thing made before a worldwide release. It's already made 100. Can I not do math? Yeah, 100 times. 10 times would be 7 million. So yeah, 100 times what it cost to make. It already made 100 times what it cost to make, and it's not even been full release yet. So Hollywood's going to be like, maybe we should stop doing this leftist stuff, and they're going to swing right to this because they've been losing money on like every major thing. Supergirl's going to tank. Snow White tanked. It looks like a GTA 6 is going to tank. So, they're going to, I think this is going to be right here. This is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back, and it's going to have a Viva la Revolution. What's up, Lamb? So that's what I think. I think that this is going to be the thing because of the pure financial, like Hollywood used to get money to help build, to push culture the way that the people that were paying for it wanted the culture to go. And obviously that's how we ended up where we're at now. And so now that this is so profitable, so unbelievably profitable. So what Hollywood's going to think was, well, if we put $20 million into making a movie like that and we make 100 times that, we'll make, $2 billion. That's going to be the logic, and then they're going to push that stuff out, and then it's all going to be different. Less woke, more realistic. Right. Well, this is the big problem. Do you know what self-insertion is? When an artist writes a character but makes it themselves, so that when you criticize the character, the writer and the people they freak out because they feel like you're telling them that they're a horrible person. No, the character sucks. And they're thinking, well, the character's me, right? So that's why you have all these people freaking out. And people forgot that movies are for the audience. Like you see these wokey wokes that are saying, I don't care who sees this. I look good, and this isn't for this and that. Yes, it is. Who do you think pays your bills? Who do you think? So they completely forgot that entertainment was for the entertained, and they're saying, I don't want you to come to see it if you're this, and this. Yeah, it's done. The revolution will not be televised. Was Olo Studios? I think the guy's name was Uru. Let me see what the guy's name was. Yeah, here you go, right here. Here you go. This is the first thing this first message right here, this first comment says it all. I just watched the film. It's disturbing. I understand the visceral reaction to the injustice portrayed in the film, but I worry that the unhinged members of our society might try to copy the main character. There has to be a better way to deal with this real threat, blah, 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 blah. But that's what it's going to be, because people see themselves and who they see on the screen. When you make them unrealistic people, then you have to build yourself up to be these type of characters. You act like you're Harry Potter. You act like you're casting spells. You act like you're Superman. You act like you're Batman. You act like you're Spider-Man. You actually do things for yourself. You want to get Spider-Man's build or Superman's build, so you work out. But with the wokey woke stuff, it's just saying no. Your weakness is your power. And everybody's just like, okay, fat or healthy at any size, and it's just gone way too far. And now that people are starting to understand that the whole body positivity movement was meant to build a customer base for Ozempic and GLP-1. It had nothing to do with we want fat people to feel good about themselves. Nothing. Absolutely not. They discovered GLP-1 in like 1987 or 88. So they knew when this stuff was coming out that, hey, we got to put a bunch of money into marketing. So we'll pay a bunch of obese influencers to start pressing this out. And then did you see how many records Lizzo sold on her new album? It was under 7,000 worldwide. I want to say it was less than that. Lizzo's album sales. 2,649 copies its first week. 4 years ago, when she did her other one, she sold 1.2 million in the first few weeks. So who do you think bought all those records or those streams? They were botted, most likely, because now her fans, she only sold 2,649 copies of her new album, Lizzo releasing it. So now what's the difference between 4 years ago and now? Ozempic is worldwide. You have other GLP-1s to choose from. It was absolutely there to make people feel that fat is beautiful so that they would get fat. And then they'll say, oh, well, actually, back to heroin chic. And then you have all these people jabbing GLP-1s. It's absolutely crazy. Lorraine Kelly, Iska, daytime partner on TV, walkout. Lorraine Kelly on TV was a character and not her. Allowed her a tax break. Lorraine Kelly's a babe. Oh, I missed a whole bunch of stuff. Sorry about that. What up, Who's a Fail, brother? Voyager 1 is out there, space since 1970s. Yes. How do I curse my enemies? You don't curse your enemies. You forgive your enemies. That's why I'm no longer interested in watching most movies they make anymore. Agreed. I would make ultra woke characters like Wonder Woman and Superman. And just make sure you have your telescreen turned on and pointed at you. Yep. Idiot box. It's supposed to be disturbing and provocative like the Beastie Boys. No surprise. I hate that justice has taken a backseat to money. May our governments be guided by the spirit of truth, not money and the desire of power. Vigilantes included, of course, guided by truth. Well, you can only lie to a population for so long. You can only lie for so long when the truth is so available. Like look at this. Look at this, for instance. Look at this. And this will show you something. What's up? So apparently GTA 6, if you buy the physical copy, there's no physical copy. It's just a code inside to get it online. And apparently they're going to have stores and stuff inside of the GTA 6 world, where the stores are closed unless you spend an extra $20. So these are stores that you'll apparently be able to spend real money in, but you have to spend $20 extra but buy the $100 version of the game in order for these stores inside of the game to be available. And it's crazy. K-pop culture is changing again. Babe's subjective. Haircuts will cost. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. What up, user? Yeah. They rushed it. Okay, so what was I just saying about? I just forgot what I was going to look into next. Let me see. Let me go back here. Oh, yeah. Okay, lies. So look at this real quick. So when you keep doing stuff like this, hold on. I'm almost there. Boom. All right. Now, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. You're going to watch this, and you're going to see blatant lies meant to make people vigilantes. This is in our politics in America, and the swearing's been removed for the psychotic players. Dude, I saw a release today. It looks freaking horrible. And one's just subjective. I remember calling brothers, calling their sisters babe. Yeah, I remember that back in the day too. All right, here, check this out. All right, so this lady here is on one of the news programs here in America, and she's on the opposite party that the president here is on. And she just blatantly lies to make people think that he wants violence. He wants people to be violent against their party. And then because the culture has changed so much in America, the newscasters have to be like, whoa, that's a lie. Newscasters that 5 years ago would have been like, go queen.
And say what Trump actually said. They just lie about it.
My president just stood at the State of the Union and said the Democrats are evil monsters who should be killed. If that person...
No, the president did not say that. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Now wait till you see what he actually said.
He said, I will be accurate. Okay, Tim.
To be killed. I'm sorry.
That's a bridge too far.
Never called for anyone to be killed.
She's mad. She's mad that they're calling her out for lying. She's like, usually, even a year ago, you were allowed to just lie, and people would be like, that's crazy, he said that.
I just want you to be honest. I like you way too much.
Look how mad she is.
Okay.
Like, are you going to let me lie?
Correct.
And then she doesn't say it.
The American government is
But
already...
he didn't
He
say
did not
that
say...
they should
He said we were the enemy and we were terrible. Would you say that is
I
fair?
think he did say, he looked at the Democrat and said, these people are crazy, but leak.
I was being hyperbolic.
Right, now she said she was being hyperbolic. He said these people are crazy, and she's saying, no, he said they're the enemy, so she's just lying to make Democrats and Republicans hate each other, and then how long has this been going on? But you can tell now that the culture has shifted, because now this news channel, which is more Democrat leaning, is like, no, stop lying, because now people are being held accountable. But after the Obama-Biden administration, then the Smith-Monks Act rules were pulled for news agencies. News agencies don't need to tell you the truth anymore, and they do not get fined for lying anymore. And that's probably why that's changing back. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, so here's the thing with Democrats, okay? They are so wrapped up in their Trump derangement syndrome and their Trump hatred that they just pretty much lie. All right, this was obviously from CNN, where Democrats
CNN, so that's more of a left-wing thing. It's definitely dirty. Why do you think they give words to that?
Lie about things that Republicans have said, or lie about things that Trump has said. Trump has never, ever called for anybody to be killed. That is completely absurd and completely ridiculous. And it honestly makes me long for the days where we didn't have Democrats that were just outright liars. And this is the thing.
So here's the thing. So now you have people that are breaking up personal relationships over Democrat versus Republican, when if you used to watch one channel, you believed one thing. And if your buddy used to watch another channel, he would believe something different was said, because they can be dishonest. They can say their opinions. And that was the difference back during Obama-Biden, that it became opinion pieces rather than fact-based. So then if then your buddy's saying to you, hey, did you hear that the Republicans said this about the Democrats? And they'd be like, wait a second, I watched that. Why are you lying to me? I watched it on MSNBC or Fox News or whatever, and they didn't say that. And this dude's thinking, I watched it on CNN, and they did. So then you're saying, why is my friend lying to me? Right? And then so it's splitting people up. So you have different news stations saying different truths. And then everybody's fighting over everything, because nobody ever goes back to the facts to see what actually. You can go to whitehouse.gov. You can go to White House's YouTube channel, and you can see what's actually said. And yeah, it sucks if you get your news from these people. This is why everybody's so outraged at each other. Like, how can you? Yes, spin doctors. So many fallacies to be remembered, and they're repeated over and over and over and over again. So if you repeat a lie long enough, in media, it becomes the truth, because you can quote it. So now, if that was allowed to be gotten away with, if she wasn't called out, then a year later, another newscaster could say, according to blah, 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 that was on CNN on June 5th, blah, 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 Trump said this. He would be, the new newscaster would be quoting this old newscast, making it basically the truth. And if you Googled it, did Trump say this? Well, this woman said that Trump said this. And then people don't be like, well, what did he actually say? Nope, that's good enough for me. He said this. That's crazy. Pick a side and fight. All right, let me see. What are we looking at here? Let's go back here. All right. Let's see. The dark side of Buddhism, the departures of the Unabomber, Pennsylvania Hall, the toxic century-old oil wells. Do you recall vintage stained glass swag lamps? Absolutely. Absolutely. What's up, Space Cow? A lie goes around the world before it can be corrected. Yeah, and if you have vigilantes, like did you see these people that just got this people that got 450 years in jail because whatever they were watching, whatever they were consuming, they believed that they needed to come together as a militant group to save America, and now they're in jail for 100 years, 70 years, 50 years, 30 years, 450 years total for the combined group, because they believed somebody like that chick that was willing to just lie and say, we need people out here to protect us because the Republicans think this, that we should be. It's so crazy. I don't trust any of them, not even the White House government. Two wings of the same plane. Taking notes out. Right. I just want to push the point that do not break up personal relationships. If you never listened to the news, you wouldn't have known that global warming was a thing, and then now it isn't anymore. Now that we can't do AI without a lot more carbon dioxide in the air. So obviously now global warming has been solved or minimized to the point that they're saying, yes, instead of global warming, we should invest in fixing poverty. So now they're saying we'll use AI to fix poverty. So all of this time with this global warming stuff and this climate change stuff, scaring people and freaking people out, people that were getting themselves in protests and situations to get hurt when over this crap that was just to sell more products. Tiffany lamps Tiffany lamps. There you go. Flat World's got it. Mud sticks. Should we bring back public executions? Brother, listen, I don't ever think that's a good thing, but I'm not one to push towards public executions, but I'm definitely for extending prison sentences. I absolutely think people have seen too many violent offenders walk so many times that it's become okay. It's been a worthwhile risk to do the crimes because if they can get away with it, then they're rich, and if they don't get caught, and if they get caught, it's only a couple of years in jail. They didn't have that. Was a chonky dog. The kids aren't all right. Kids in America. The news convinced my mom that it's okay to kill a church CEO. The news convinced my mom that it's okay to kill a church CEO. Not okay. Not okay. The dog's overfed. Let's see. Yeah, shaming, but they tried to take shaming out of everything, and that's the way it used to be. Execution should be private. We shouldn't let. No, right. Yes, we absolutely. Right. Like, yeah, I'm not against executing people that have exhausted all of their legal and like people with obvious like on film killing other people and whatnot, but and horrible actions against women and children. But yeah, not public. How do you look at the world and not blame the Jews? What do you mean? Maybe I don't know enough about them. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, better run, outrun my gun. All right, let's see. Old world favorites. Dominion. Let's see. We're never going home. Easter Island, the secret revealed. Will it run after 85 years? Chinchilla, space. Oh, we know you as a space cow. Maybe you wrangle tornadoes. He wrangles tornadoes on the side from outer space. Isn't that just anti-Semitism? Did Hitler just save the Jews? Yeah. There's a huge thing going on where everything that anybody has done is being blamed on other people, and I think the Jew thing is just part of the cycle. Maybe I just don't know enough. Maybe I just don't know enough. I mean, maybe I would be on their side if I knew enough, but I don't know enough. I blame our own politicians for what's going on in our country. All right, watch Diesel grenade. My wife as a modern day slave. We found a flying village. It's not cooking. Record. Oh, let's check this out. Jet suit mountain ascend. Organized Jewry is a pernicious as organized anything. Right. Like it's not like we got a whole bunch of freaking organized groups that are absolutely vacuuming funds out. And I mean, even organized technocracy vacuuming funds, organized medicine vacuuming money out and making. Yeah, I mean, I maybe I just don't know enough, but like there's a lot of other groups I'd rather we got to get them out of politics. We got to get what's that stuff called? Lobbying. That stuff's wackadoodle. When will the world learn that the experiment of erasing tribal boundaries and multiculturalism, or they've known it. They just know it's very profitable. Listen, you can't start to look for the fraud and the money that's been solved until the social issues are taken care of. And they know that. So if they can go through their time in government and have their bunch of buddies and family members rob the treasury and then cause a bunch of problems that need to be solved before the fraud is gone after, they know it. They'll be out of the country. They'll have converted their wealth into other forms around the world. And then if they go to jail for 18 months and then 20 years on probation, they're going to be rich as hell. They know that. I think it's because of genocide that people hate the Jews. People need a different political between movement and science. Most people don't know about that either. Most people don't know about the Jews as a religion and Jews as a lot of people think I'm Jewish because I got big nose. They don't know about skateboarding. That's how I broke it. I'll be right back. Damn, I need to get me a jetpack. Don't forget the Ukrainian biolabs. And yeah, and also like something like say it was the Jews. That means that there's a system for a group of people to use to do whatever they're doing. And then if the Jews were stopped, another group would be like, look, here's what the Jews did. So some other group would just do it. So what's got to be done is whatever system allows the abuses to occur in, that's got to be patched up. So even if they were taken out of whatever, some other group would slip in and use the same playbook. So the system has to be built up to keep that from being taken advantage of. People drawing welfare, dude, not more than that. There's people drawing welfare over 200 years old. The stuff that was released yesterday, it's absolutely crazy. It's a result, it's the Jesuits, not the Jews. Jesuits predate everything, including slavery. Yes, sir. I guess Hate the Zeus was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Stop Nick Shirley Act. Yeah, I saw that too. And see, listen, that's so crazy to me. It makes it obvious. It makes it obvious that if you're trying to stop people from looking into fraud, you're just trying to get away with fraud. It's like a Spirit of Ash versus the Evil Dead. Good movies. Somebody at the gas station told me that he was watching your stream and told me to buy green and blue lightsaber and put it next to your mic, friends. What's up? Really cool edits. So I can have red, white, and green and blue. It was taught at all education by celibate Jesuit priests. Hitler was a POS that stole good mustache, and now we can't wear them without thinking you're POS too. He's completely destroyed the mustache with shackles. Lincoln's still getting pension. Let's see if we can find it right after this. Damn. Imagine the grip strength you need. So he's holding the jets. He's holding the jets in his hand. So if they like blew sideways like that, he would go crazy. So he needs the freaking strength to be able to hold these things in position. And he's got a big old fuel tank on his back. So it's not like everybody would be able to use this. If you don't have the freaking grip strength and upper body strength to hold these things still, they would just blow your arms all around. The Lincoln was a bit of a 25 miles an hour. I'll take you a little faster than that. Oh, I guess that's GPS speed. I wonder what the both drones fail in the visibility. So he's being chased by drones. $2,700 feet. Oh, that must be above sea level. Elevation gain 1,800. He's going 1 mile. Pinto beans and golf. You have to have that, keep that knowledge. Yeah, it does look fun. I guarantee it's exhausting. I guarantee it's exhausting. Let's see, is he done with the flight? Oh, he's still flying. Oh, he's got to have a freaking GoPro strapped to him. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 2,200 feet climbed, 1.2 miles flown. How's he getting back? Gotta be tired. Oh, 70 minutes to rescue. Helicopter unavailable, this visibility. Absolutely. I guarantee that's why they're designing it. Yeah, that's absolutely. That's probably why it's done in Army green. That's got to be why. Because if you're doing something like that, you want that military money. But it's nuclear powered. I wonder if that's all battery, and he's using those those electric jets. I wonder, because it didn't seem like he was putting out any exhaust, like any condensation from like compression and whatnot. Easy Y.
Yeah, it's 1926. That's pretty cool, isn't it? So this is the first jet suit that's landed here. Yeah, nearly 100 years later.
The first airplane to land on a mountain in Great Britain did this so spot December 22nd, 1926. So John Lemming and Bert Hinkler in an Avro 585 Ghost Sport landed here after a short stay, flew back to Woodford. But it looks like he ain't flying back. He's got to wait for rescue. Threw some nitro in it. What's up? You all sick? Gravity. We can't do to people fearing the word nuclear. Dude, I saw this girl crying today. She was absolutely crying. They're like, they're going to turn on a nuclear reactor in Colorado, and you guys don't understand. I don't think she understands. Do you know the split between what men think about nuclear power and women think is huge? Like 76% of all men think nuclear power is a good thing, and only 30% of women think it's a good thing. So that means 70% don't. So it's completely switched. Southerners invented both airplanes and submarines. Yeah, I went to Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina, where the Wright brothers built and flew their plane back when I was a youth. Yeah, that's got to be freaking tough. Oh, maybe not. Let's see. Gravity Industries. Okay, we proved this is the latest series of paramedic response exercises. Proof to parallel training up paramedics for first response and critical care, hard to reach geographies. Cardiac, breathing for blood loss, time critical rapid restabilization, and time for evacuation. The system akin to rapid loss of a paramedic on a motorbike in an environment will be the difference between life and death. Background. The jet suit creates 1,000 brake horsepower of jet engine power combined with natural human balance. So if you swap your arm the wrong way, you're going to flip over and what? Especially now, dude. Especially like what's going on with the onion core technology. What is it? Copenhagen Atomics. They've got like this liquid salt thorium reactor that if it starts to overrun, you just drain the heavy water out of the middle of the onion core and it stops the reaction. Or if it evaporates out because it gets too high, it stops the reaction. So you don't need to like force in control rods into a rigid surface like you used to have to do. You just drain water, non-radioactive water. You know, so it's really, really safe. Especially comparatively. What up, Plus? Men want nuclear powered lawnmowers. Have you seen those Star Wars styles jet bikes? Oh, attempt to link yet. Don't even. I'll look it up. Star Wars like jet bikes. No longer just science fiction. The Volonaut Aerobike is a carbon fire. Okay, let's see.
Imagine soaring through the air on a machine with no wings, no visible propellers, and no cockpit.
Nuclear power
doctors.
doctors.
Like something out of a Star Wars movie, but it's real. A Polish company.
Dude, do you know how much money they would make just in the helmet and chest plates alone? Like how many people won't be able to afford the bike, but will buy the freaking helmet, face mask, or face guard? And chest plates
has brought this sci-fi fantasy to life with the launch of their
onion power
powered single rider hoverbike.
It's called the. I'll show you in a second, Adam. I'm crying at the prospect. Only 14 people died during Chernobyl, including the people died from cancer. Take all my money.
Reaching speeds of up to 124 miles per hour. Dubbed the Superbike for the skies, the Airbike is a major step forward in personal air mobility. Unlike traditional drones or eVTOLs, this vehicle doesn't rely on spinning rotors or vertical fans. Instead, it uses a proprietary jet propulsion system and advanced stabilization software to keep the rider airborne and in control. The Airbike
a big gyroscope
enables automatic hovering and intuitive handling. Riders assume a forward-leaning position, similar to that of a motorcycle, giving them a 360-degree
Yeah, dude, that suit, they're selling that for a lot. They're making a lot of money.
With no propellers.
Yeah, I watched a video on the animals of Chernobyl, how the spots on the back of the ladybugs and the frogs and stuff, they've morphed over from the standard
Pilots
patterns.
can glide through valleys, skim along ridgelines, and weave through forests, as recent test footage shows. Imagine soaring through the air.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. Here, let me show you the Copenhagen Atomics onion core reactor. So let me see if they explain
Let's
it
dive
here.
into the world of nuclear energy, where a fuel cycle is like a never-ending power loop. It's where
fly over
nuclear
big
energy
flocks of birds
begins
and blew one up.
turning raw elements into power. In the thorium fuel cycle, it all starts with a simple ingredient, thorium-232, a natural and abundant isotope. When it snags a neutron, a magical transformation begins.
Uranium.
Thorium-232 turns into thorium-233.
Oops.
Next, through beta decay, it morphs into protactinium-233.
Protactinium.
And finally into uranium-233.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, it's gotta be the
a
end.
superstar in nuclear fuel boasting some of the best fission capabilities and energy output you can find. As the thorium fuel cycle progresses,
So the
thorium molten salt reactor is able
There
to
you go.
continually convert thorium into fissile uranium-233. This conversion is not just a one-time event, but a continuous cycle.
So the thorium works to produce power, and as the thorium works to produce power, it turns itself into uranium, and then it decays back down into the uranium will then react back down into, and then so you can use its waste products, using thorium, liquid salt thorium, so they're not solid rods, and you can just pump it out if something happens. Like it was showing back here, the
cost of a Copenhagen Atomics. What the cost?
Let's dive into the world of nuclear energy.
The cost.
Let's dive into the world of nuclear energy, where it's able to continually convert thorium into fissile uranium.
If I had one of those flying machines, it
This
if I
conversion
could
is not
cause.
just a one-time event, but a continuous cycle, replenishing the reactor's fuel supply and significantly extending the potential.
Yeah, so it
lifespan of
converts
the
back to
reactor's fuel
thorium,
source.
then creates
The result
uranium,
is a
then
near
converts back
endless
to
supply of
thorium.
fuel. Let's dive into
Yeah,
the
so
world of nuclear
and
energy.
this whole thing fits into a 40-foot shipping container that you see on the back of tractor trailers and on boats. And apparently one of the you would have two delivered. One would be a backup for the other one, just in case there was electrical failures or pump failure. But one of them can run a small city or like a Tesla gigafactory. So converting the byproduct, right, it's called a breeder reactor. The reactor breeds the elements you need to continue it running. It's not perpetual, where it will sit there and do it on its own. It's got to be pumped out, cooled, heated, but it heats itself, but it doesn't, you can't just like mix everything together and it runs. You have pumps and whatnot. So the pumps are the weak pin here, the wake area there. And so they have pumps that don't have bearings. They have magnetic levitation inside, so there's not metal rubbing together, because the metal can only get up to about 800 degrees before it gets plastic and it starts stretching and warping. So without bearing, this stuff runs at about 700 degrees Celsius. So you've got a very, very little window. And then that water, the water in the middle, you have a pump to fill up the heavy water, D2O, deuterium, and you can fill it up and drain the water. Fill it up more if you need more power at that moment, and drain it down if you need less power. Like at night, if a lot of people leave the city, you don't need to be creating megawatts of power. So you drain it down, and if you want it to end, you drain it dry. And then as people show up the next day, you can start filling it full of water again. So it's pretty amazing. It's basically taking care of all the issues, and it's not like a dirty bomb per se, because thorium isn't as radioactive as uranium-238, which is used for the bombs. AI breeding. AI breeding until it becomes breeding. Thorium reactors do not explode. It's almost physically impossible. Yeah, I mean, it won't. If it heated up so hot, it would start to vaporize the heavy water out of the middle. And when there's no water in the middle of the onion core, the reaction stops. You need the extra neutron from that water to or to absorb to stop the reaction from happening. To start the reaction from happening, you need the heavy water. If you drain it out, they just stop. It just stops. Yes, and there will be a long-term generation of the chemical bonds, but they could be charged. Right. So it does slowly lose efficiency, but then because it's liquid, you don't have to like shut it off and like wait for everything to cool down, remove the fuel rods and replace everything and line everything up. You just pump in new material. It's liquid. It's hot liquid, but so it's a lot. They've done a really, really cool thing.
The cost of a Copenhagen Atomics reactor, what is that? There are sort of two parts to the cost. One thing is building the reactor unit itself and fueling it with fuel, and the other cost is you getting the site license, building the building which houses the reactors. We need some cocoons, which is basically the shielding around the reactors. We need steam turbines.
There you go. That's what it looks like.
And you could say roughly there's a balance. So half of the cost goes towards the reactor units and the fuel, and the other half of the cost goes towards the site license and the building and the steam turbines and so on.
An onion
The model
spring,
Copenhagen
a spring
Atomics,
onion.
is that we will sell the reactors at 50 million euros per reactor unit upfront, and then the continued operation of the reactor, including the fueling, costs $2 million per year in sort of a OPEX. And if you have these reactors in a low-cost country, then the cost of the building and the license and the cocoon and the steam turbine and all these other things that the owner of the power plant would have to pay is also roughly $50 million per unit. And of course, in more expensive countries, maybe twice that cost or whatever. It's really difficult to estimate the licensing cost. But in a low-cost country, you will eventually be able to deliver electricity at $20 per megawatt hour with these costs. So this is an incredibly low-cost form of energy, and also something that can be installed quite rapidly. We believe that these buildings, where we can install many reactors, can be built in less than 18 months in the beginning, and when we get up to speed, then later on we will be able to build them in half a year. The cost of a Copenhagen Atomics reactor,
that's
what is
crazy.
that? There are sort of two parts.
What is really exciting about molten salt reactors, and specifically
Molten salt reactors.
using thorium, is that you have the possibility.
Have you heard about the Future Circular Collider that will be bigger than the CERN?
The whole idea
No, I
of
haven't.
using thorium as a fuel and the idea of using a molten salt reactor is something that was discovered back in the 1940s and 50s. And of course, when we were young and saw that, we were like, why are they not using that? Why did it stop back then? The price difference of the fuel.
Because they wanted to have a side product of enrichment to be able to use for weapons. That's why.
Is about 1,000 times higher for the
I don't know.
uranium-based
Unity's got a
reactors
big
than
new
for
upgrade for 2D
thorium-based
game
molten
development.
reactors. So normally in
Have you looked
industry,
at
see
it?
that
How's it
if
look?
somebody invents something, then
They
it's
better get on it because Godot's outpacing them on 2D work. That's probably why they did it. It's so big. Unity is so huge and resource intensive. Hopefully they made a bunch. My IQ, well, when I was in 10th grade, I had a IQ test. It was 138 in 10th grade. What it is now, I've got no idea.
twice as
FCC
fast or
plan for
twice as
Europe.
good or something, or maybe
I did
sometimes
once
5
offer-
times better than the technology that was there before. But in this case,
I
it's
did
at
once
least
offer to
1,000
create a
times better.
physics lecture on YouTube whilst bouncing on one of those space operas and bringing My IQ is 10,000.
Are building non-fission prototypes and are getting ready to make a test reactor that we can run within a few years. What is really exciting?
Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. Circular condensor. Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. Tiffany lamps. Looks pretty neat. New physics engine, light reflection feature. They better get on it. Or else I'm not switching over. It's so bulky, though. Like, I can't believe something's got to be wackadoodle in it. I mean, like, it's so unbelievable. Like Godot's like a couple hundred megabytes. Bam! Thank you, crying fish. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Bum, 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 bum. God Part 2, his IQ is 6'7". I'm more concerned with CERN than nuclear energy. Yeah, me too. Which one? Was that Arsenio Hall? No, it does look like Arsenio Hall's kid. Absolutely. But no, it's not Arsenio Hall. I wonder what Arsenio Hall's up to. Let's find out. Arsenio Hall. Not Centennial Hall.
Here's a map of Centennial Hall, 1020 East University Boulevard, Tucson, Arizona, 85719.
70 years old. Let's see. It did look like, it looks like a younger version of him. Join me as he's still doing stand-up comedy. I like Unity. I made my first parkour game in Unity. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's pretty freaking awesome. I just can't see, and I don't know any benefit for what I'm trying to achieve using Unity over Godot, considering my limited hardware to use. I mean, you've got to be for your system, and I do. So yeah, I unless I got it to a point where it was like, oh, I've reached a bottleneck that I can't get through. But everything seems to be good. He's going to be rolling out the Dog Pound. I remember back in '93 when Bill Clinton played the saxophone on the show. I do too. Who put in the arse in Arsenio? I did not inhale. 1994. Yeah. 1994. All right. Sacred Geometry. Oops. No nonsense. Let's see. New Japanese jetpack. Oh, come on. All right. Let's look at another jetpack.
Jetman, look at him go. He has used this jetpack to fly over the Grand Canyon and over the Swiss Alps.
Jetpack technology has evolved from sci-fi fantasy to breathtaking reality, merging innovation, adrenaline, and engineering like never before. From a Bell rocket belt to a British inventor turning soldiers into real-life Iron Men, these jetpacks aren't sci-fi. They're shockingly
That's
real.
so crazy.
Get
What
ready
up,
to witness
Loretta?
the 15 revolutionary
Great year
jetpack
for you.
inventions
I'll
that
go for
shocked
light
the world.
topic. I think I'm all Rebecca. Yeah, that's not a very light topic, especially not these days.
Number 15.
All right, hold on. Let's check out Loretta's artwork here. What up? Sup, dude? All right, let's see. Boom, boom. All right, let's see. My family coat of arms. Uh-oh, something broke. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Hardy. It's upside down. The Hardy coat of arms. I was Soda before. Oh, welcome back, Soda. Boom. Artwork. The top of the castle. Good work. Man, I cannot do leaf work like that in the clock walking down the chasm. All right, let's see. One more here. The dragon. Nice. Nice. Bam. Yeah, I can't do nothing like that. You're good at that stuff. I suck at it. I'm inhaling as we speak. Well, what can you understand? Godot is good for 2D games, where Unity has a lot more features for 3D game development. But then if I was to make a fancy 3D game today, I'd probably use Unreal. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I maybe it's for faster development, but I can't figure anything, especially with the new physics engine added to Godot. I can't think of anything that can't be done. Like, I mean, as I say, there's probably easier ways, and there's probably other functionality that allows groups to work on projects with. But as a one-man band, especially, like I said, the size of the engine, yeah, looking good. Retro Furium is happening next. Flying Cards, Sex Machines. Me too. It's called Kinda Beat. Flying Cars, actually, they get you to point A to B. Fulfill your needs. Minnesota. All right, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. All right.
JB12, Jetpack.
Yeah, those are all
If there's
electric.
one company constantly pushing the
Look at
limits
the
of human
graphics.
flight, it's Jetpack Aviation. And their JB12 jetpack,
Yeah, those are all
it's not
electric.
just high-tech, it's battle-ready. Built in the United States, the JB12 is the latest model in a series of personal flight devices designed for serious performance. It's
I
powered
like
by
serious
6
performance.
turbojet engines, giving it
I
insane
like drawing.
levels of
I like
stability,
Dragon drawing. Drawing Dragon's my
maneuverability,
favorite
and thrust
metals.
control.
Dragon Drawing is a metal
Crucial when
dragon.
you're
What up,
flying at high
Environment
speeds and dodging obstacles
Bro?
in real time. The JB12 was built with military and emergency use in mind.
Yeah, that's
Think
right.
rapid insertions, hard-to-reach rescues, or scouting missions where traditional transport just won't cut it. And thanks to Jetpack Aviation's engineering, the pilot can control the flight with a set of joysticks, adjusting direction, altitude, and speed mid-air with surprising ease.
Yeah, like
This
it's
isn't a
crazy with like now all cell phones and stuff have gyroscope, gyrometers. GPS gyroscope, not gyroscopes, gyrometers, and northeast, southwest, compasses, you know, and they're cheap as chips, pennies for the chips, and you could put a dozen in these things to make sure that they all agree on your orientation. And if you, dragging the magic puff. So Sophia, the robot, the coolest like her jokes, launching a singularity, extremely humans, and the citizenships in Saudi Arabia. Jeez, dude. Remember this? Yeah, I remember the Olympics. When he flew in a jet. Yeah, but that wasn't the Olympics, was it? That was the Super Bowl, I thought it was. Which one are you talking about? Oh, yes, the Olympics. Yep, I remember some best 3D sprites, maps, and AI. Plus, I think I know that guy. Why are dragons a part of so many cultures if they did not exist? Dun, 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 dun.
AB-12
Sophia sold out and lost me when she went to the beach for fluff's sake.
And it could very well change how soldiers and first responders move in critical moments. Could jetpacks like the JB-12 become standard gear for the military of tomorrow? Number 14.
For example, Unity has a much larger polished terrain tools for use, but then again, if you still have time and skill, you can still make beautiful landscape. Yeah, I thought Godot had the freaking terrain tools too. Maybe they're more polished or whatnot. Godot terrain tools. Yeah, Terrain 3D. I wonder if it's the same basic engine. I don't see any shorts showing the terrain tools, but they got Terrain 3D, like this guy right here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game From Scratch, and one of the most important. It goes ahead. It does get turned up, basically being created with it. Now, the nice thing is there's some performance features in place, including a new one in this current release, where it kind of just loads in the collision maps as you're walking over it, so you can have these really complex terrains, but they don't kill your performance as you are going. So here we got our terrain. In the world, for example, you notice once I selected it, we had this little toolbar pop up down here. Now this across them, but if I come back here and click the add button over here, I believe it will actually nuke the area you're in. So here you can see this whole region is now completely flat. Same thing right there. So you can easily get rid of them and then once you get them in place, come on in.
Thank
here,
you, video fiction video.
And we're just gonna go ahead and raise it. Now you notice it's not doing that much. Well, that's because size and strength. Let's increase the strength. Increase the amount that we're raising. And there you can see, very easy to author things like this. So basically, you're increasing the space right there. Hold down Control. It goes in the opposite direction. So if you want to shrink it into the world. Now, the cool thing here is, notice as I just crossed regions, it automatically handles the various different regions as you span
different
between
blocks.
them, which is very cool. On top of that, we have...
Anyway. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure Unity's and is much more polished and whatnot. It's like I said, if you're doing if you have a team working on it, yeah, I'm sure that's what they're going to use. Smoother, yeah, I'm sure it also handles memory better. I'm sure. Cartography reminds me of playing black and white. You always know where you are with a map. That's right. And then it's cool. Like what's really cool about these terrain tools is like how you can put what's under the terrain and then how much soil and grass, like you can see he cut a little hole by trimming over.
Other tools here like
you know, so you could raise up.
So let me just raise this a whole lot. So once we get up a certain amount, you'll get.
And this is all free, you know, which is absolutely great. I think it's great that anybody, if anybody really wanted to.
Things here for like painting the textures and overlays.
And then you can do fly-throughs like this.
Gravity. So there
make caves and whatnot.
Automatically, I can turn those off as well. So here we go. So we got this guy. He's going to come after us again. Nav mesh. He's doing his thing. Here he comes. And
So the enemy's following a path, the pathfinding.
Here he comes. So you've
That's
got
so
the
cool. I meant
navigation
the
stuff
probably
all
the reason the
to
size
as well.
Unity is so much bigger is they pack.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm sure. And I'm sure they pack a lot of stuff for like multi-person use. So like if the terrain guy, the lighting guy, the sound guy all want to work on the same thing at once, they can all have like, and they use off-site servers to make sure that everything's handled like that. Instead of using like with Godot, you would use Discord, be like, hey, can you change the can you add? Yes, yeah.
There is no. No.
Look, all this is instant. Like if we could have watched it, I've watched this before, but like making all of these tunnels, and then you can see it's kind of generative, right? Like it's so. But if you wanted to like add jagged rocks, add whatever, you can program all that in, and you can say. You can put in how you want it to generate. Like if you want to make the tunnel 3 miles long and then have the enemy at the end, you could put, and it can be different each time you play the game and whatnot. So it can generate it when, but yeah, here's water here.
And you'll see it will just fall through the world. So it provides a lot of functionality for you. And then what we do is basically just add purple path. So now you can actually go through that particular area.
Now this is where it'll let you
so
go.
How do you bake this? At first glance, you would think you come into navigable area and you click
navigable area. So where it'll let you go in the game. Let me see if it gets to water. Let me see. Let's maybe water before.
3D objects. And notice as I just cover here, I believe it's as you were walking over it.
So it definitely does water, 100%.
To speed this
up. Is that
the
it?
system is actually really straightforward. If I go ahead and just hide the train, you see it's pretty much just a mesh into the world. Now, what you're going to notice here is our nav mesh doesn't actually go into the cave, which is interesting because let's go ahead and show you this demo in action. So here, actually, let me just go ahead, embed, make float. Okay, I don't want it to float. Let's go ahead. We'll run that again, like so, and then just make that maximum. Okay,
so that's the enemy.
So here is our demo, and you'll notice we have our little shadow that's walking around. Like this. Now, I want to, okay, here we go. So, I'm going to
it's so freaking cool.
We're following that nav mesh, and then what you're going to notice is
you can set up your own physics rules. So the Unity is Unreal is free as well. I think Unreal takes a percentage of the revenue too. Yeah, like if you want to export from there to use on other, like if you want to use it on like Xbox and whatnot like that, apparently you've got to pay royalties for they're not, absolutely.
AI nav meshes.
Aiden, hey, I'm on the call with you right now. And we like each other. Congratulations. Ordnance Survey Maps UK used to add smaller details that were false, so they would tell the maps were being copied by someone else. I wanted to pull generated bubbles.
Extension using primarily C++ for most of the code.
Yeah, no, here. And so Godot hot spring generation. Oops. Hot spring, water shaders. Let me see if I can find something right here. Yeah, so Godot has a hot spring shader. And depends what you use. Water springs and reflection.
And here you can manipulate the
This is a
shader,
2D game here. But yeah, you can absolutely do. Here you go. Customize the look of the water through the materials properties. And you can just grab this path, this green line down the middle, and you can just grab and drag the path. You set the width and the depth. And if you want it to be a pool rather than a stream, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, use what you want to use. The reason I use Godot was because it's so small. It's absolutely tiny. It's like 130 megs. Loretta. What up, TW? Alvin in the hot tub. Special highlights and trace racing is so perfect. Yeah, no, and he's turning this into a road. So it's just different paths. So this is, you can do, look at that. And if you want to use more detail, you absolutely can. It's really, really good. Have you ever been to a helium party? I've been to a helium party. Each AI engine I've used have different outcomes with spectral highlights and prompts. I should make a list. But no, it's out. Yeah. And it's really, really quick to get going. Like, I mean, like it pops up in like 10 seconds after you launch it, and it's like ready to roll. One of the things that Unreal Engine has that makes it superior other than just 3D development is the nanite technology that gives you almost unlimited LOD generation and high polygon meshes. There you go. That makes more sense. Yeah, because Godot's just going to use any open source, whatever open source 3D generation, 3D wackadoos. I would definitely use Unreal Engine for just that. Yeah, I can see that absolutely. If you know what you want, absolutely. If you want to get into game development and you want something that you can get started in 20 minutes, even if it's 3D stuff, Godot is the way to get your feet wet, because what you learn in Godot, and it's so much less resource intensive to get started with. Like when I downloaded Unreal, it took 3 minutes to open up on my machine. Chipmunks to Munchkins was hilarious. Create an API to link to CRISPR, doing some gene editing. All right, where are we at here?
Started it
if I was to make a 2D game, I would probably use Godot or Unity.
States back in the 1960s.
Yeah. I mean, like 100%. The reason I would use Godot is the speed. If I don't know what I'm missing, like if I'm like, man, I wish I could do this, and then I went and looked and I can't do it, then I would see about upgrading. But knowing that, like it, especially like, I don't know. I have been so impressed with Godot, their latest updates, their multiplayer. Like if you want to make your game multiplayer, you turn on multiplayer and it sets up a server, and then you can have different spawn points where different players launch in, and to practice it, you can open different windows off of one engine, with only one iteration of one instance of the engine running. You could open 2 windows to see 2 players, how they would react, 4 players, eight players, and you could operate it all together and to see, just as you're doing bug chasing and whatnot. Waiting for Godot. These new technologies are being used for land and civil survey engineering applications through data collection and data application stakeout topography. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday about with what Pokemon Go and whatnot was used for absolute data collection, and to try to make GPS less relevant in the areas that are fully mapped. It can know where you are in the world brick to brick. Rather than within like whatever it is, a 2 meter, 3 meter bubble. It just works. All the RP mods you should create, make it happen.
This hydrogen peroxide
fuel
was the world's first functional personal
That's
flight
the one
device.
the guy landed in the
it made its big screen debut in the James Bond classic Thunderball,
Olympics,
launching it into pop culture history. Powered by a system that converted hydrogen peroxide into a jet of steam and oxygen, the Bell rocket belt could lift a person for about 20 seconds, reaching heights of 30 feet and speeds up to 60 miles per hour. Sure, that sounds short, but back then,
Magicans and nanites, Unreal like magic. They literally add real trees and convert them to assets and generate meshes with millions of triangles. Amazing. All right, I'll check it out.
And search and rescue missions. But with its limited flight time and the difficulty of controlling it in midair, it never made it to the battlefield. Still, it proved something huge. Personal flight was possible. Number 13. Jetman's ground-to-sky breakthrough. Most jet-powered daredevils need a helicopter drop or a plane launch. But Vince Raffet, he took off straight from the ground and blasted
and the
over
generation is smooth and doesn't take
5,900
much
feet
resources.
into the
I don't
air
understand
in
how
just
it
30
works so good.
seconds.
That'll
This
be good.
jaw-dropping moment
We're doing
went down in
research
Dubai.
for
The legendary
Forb
French
Tech.
stunt pilot, one of the original
Fortech and
Jetmen,
being
made
charged.
history by becoming the first person to perform a vertical ground takeoff using a carbon fiber jet wing. No runway, no lift assist, just sheer thrust and a whole lot of nerve. Developed by Jetman Dubai, The wing was powered by 4 miniature jet engines and controlled entirely through Refit's
Yeah,
body
that's probably the
movements.
same type
Think
of
of it
jet
as a
engine
personal fighter
that plane we looked at yesterday, the Concorde model. We are the product. That's right. We are the product. We not only accept home monitoring, but we actually pay for it. Yeah.
strapped to your back.
We are the world.
From a standing platform.
We are the children. We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving. Let's start giving.
Hovered briefly, then rocketed straight up, hitting an altitude of nearly 6,000 feet, and the speed? Over 150 miles per hour. Even more impressive, he had full aerial control, banking, turning, even stalling mid-air like a bird of prey. No computer steering, just Vince and the wing. This wasn't just about adrenaline.
Robotics technology has already been introduced in land surveying through Robotic Total Station, but soon it will merge AI when robotics technology stages next advance.
But this achievement became one of the most iconic milestones in jet-powered human flight. Number 12.
Now the whole world ate Bullocks was propaganda. Yeah. You don't have performances that big without incorporating propaganda. Absolutely not. Right. Absolutely not. You can't just say, hey, I got an idea. And they're like, okay, you think you know. The next stage for physical application, data collection. Yeah, everything's going to be data collection without a doubt. I am the teenager.
Thunderpack
The Thunderpack.
TPR-2G2. This isn't just any jetpack. The Thunderpack TPR-2G2 is a high-tech marvel that combines cutting-edge design with unparalleled power. Engineered for serious thrill seekers and professionals alike, this jetpack packs some serious punch, offering a jet propulsion system capable of achieving impressive speeds and altitudes. Whether it's for military applications or just to turn heads at the next big adventure, the TPR-2G2 is pushing the boundaries of what's possible in personal flight. One of the things that makes the Thunderpack so unique is its advanced stability system. This isn't some unstable DIY project that could leave you hanging in midair. It's a carefully engineered piece of machinery that ensures smooth and controlled flight. With an efficient fuel system, the TPR-2G2 can sustain flight for longer periods.
You're the Lambie.
Making it not only fun,
Most survey
but
crews, although
practical for
carries
more than
buckets
just
and
a
stakes and
quick
hammers
thrill
and
ride.
nails and
What's
setups
even
to
more
traverse
fascinating?
stations
The
be replaced with AI,
TPR-2G2 is a direct
robots, and
evolution
artificial
of its
intelligence. Can you do
predecessor,
Cindy
the
Lauper?
TPR-1G2,
I'd dress up as the Wicked Witch of the Western
maneuverability,
Scarecrow. What up,
and
Lord
overall
Alcatraz?
safety. This second-generation jetpack is a glimpse into the future of aviation.
Is that Hardee's? The Hardee's logo on his arm?
Where individuals could soon be zooming through the air like something out of a high-speed action movie. Number 11. Martin Jetpack. Before jetpacks became sleek and futuristic, one machine out of New Zealand was already making waves in the skies. The Martin Jetpack. Developed by Glenn Martin, this invention was one of the first true attempts at bringing jetpack dreams into reality.
He's a sacrificial lamb, Bob Dylan.
Packs we see today,
We are the world.
Martin Jetpack used ducted fans,
Ducted
kind of like
fans,
twin
right.
upright turbines that could lift a person over 3,000 feet into the air. First unveiled in the mid-2000s, the Martin Jetpack gained massive attention.
I think I got a
for its
misquote.
potential.
Misquote?
It wasn't just a stunt.
Mosquito?
It was engineered with practical
Mosquito bite on my knee. Bum, 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 bum. UK lady.
applications.
Watch out for
in
the
mind.
monkeys.
Emergency response, military operations, and even industrial inspections. Its robust design featured a carbon fiber frame,
Misquote
built-in
mosquitoes.
safety systems, and fly-by-wire control, making it surprisingly advanced for its time. Although the company eventually shut down operations in 2019, the Martin Jetpack didn't disappear in vain.
It was blowing COVID around too much, man.
It laid the foundation for a whole new generation of personal flight vehicles,
Flying monkeys.
and proved that vertical human lift wasn't just a fantasy. Number 10. Skyflash Jetpack.
Jeez.
Jetpacks have long been the stuff of sci-fi dreams, but a real-life breakthrough may have just changed the game. Imagine cruising through the sky, defying
we just see
gravity,
this one?
and taking off without a runway.
Auto-corrected.
But what
But
if
if
I
you
told
believe
you
there's
that
no
this
way,
wild idea is no longer a distant
we can
dream? In the
fail.
early 2010s, the world was introduced to Skyflash, a homemade jetpack that got the tech world buzzing. Built by a group of ambitious engineers, this device wasn't just some toy. It was a powerful, high-speed flying machine capable of reaching up to 120 miles per hour. And it wasn't some far-off prototype that would never see the light of day. It was put to the test on real roads. Imagine that. An actual jetpack zipping around like a motorcycle in the air. Mind-blowing, right?
I believe I can touch the
This jetpack is powered by two
sky.
small engines
Think
designed to
about
generate
you
enough
every
thrust
night
to
and
lift a person off
day.
the ground. Not only that, but its DIY nature made it
I usually
all the
take
more
a spoon
intriguing.
to rub the area,
This
rub the
wasn't just
affected
some
area. I
corporate-funded
retired from
project.
Lance Surveillance party
It was
chief years
built by a
ago, and
few
I'm glad I did
passionate
all those new tricks.
individuals
Yeah,
in their
yeah,
own
you good thing you
garage.
got out the right time.
Talk about a total game changer in aviation. As you can imagine, there were a lot of questions surrounding
gonna
the
take
safety
off?
and practicality of this invention. Would it be able to
Believe
fly
you
safely
can,
for
you
long
will.
distances? Could it hold up in high
You have
winds
not
or
seen a
adverse
remake
weather?
of WE.
These are all
We
the
Are the
challenges
World
that
with
come
Cyndi
with
Lauper
such
and
an
Bob Dylan. I
ambitious
guess
invention,
not.
but with the Skyflash jetpack, we're one step closer to seeing people fly through the skies like superheroes.
Is he going to take off?
Could this be the future of personal flight? Could you be seeing jetpacks at your local airport in the next decade? Number 9. UK's real-life Iron Man. Is it a bird, a plane? Nope.
It's
a guy
unbelievable.
flying
I've
through
never
the air with
contracted
jet
Lyme
engines
disease. Never
strapped to his
immune to
arms.
poison,
And
poison
no,
ivy,
this
poison
isn't
oak.
a movie stunt.
New tricks
Developed
new
by
tricks that
Richard
cause allergy to
Browning
meat,
and his
heat waves,
UK-based
Ebola has been
company,
eventful.
Gravity Industries.
Yeah, there's even something worse than the alpha-gal ticks you're talking about. There's now something I just read about today, and no one's talking about it. I cannot remember the name of it. Pubulus. Apparently, it shuts down your ability to talk and walk and your muscles and whatnot. It's absolute horror. Poison ivy. Let me see if I can find it. North Carolina tick, but no, not North Carolina. I think it was New Hampshire. New Hampshire tick bite pubulus disease. Not Lyme. Here it is. Powassan. The Powassan virus. Apparently only like four people have been found with it. This says 2017. Wow, they said it was only upticking in the past couple months. Upticking. After the apocalypse, wake up scrapbooking because I'll be dead. Crisis survival medicine. Stay out of New Hampshire. Incubation period. Okay. Severe illness. The virus can infect the brain, spinal cord, leading to encephalitis, infection in the brain, or meningitis. Advanced cases cause confusion, difficulty speaking, loss of coordination, seizures, and respiratory distress. There's no cure, no vaccination. Fatality rate, 10% of patients. Majority U.S., Northeast, and Great Lakes region during tick season. Use tick avoidance, like DEET or DDT. I was bitten by thousands of ticks, lucky enough to pull them out for the bullseye rash. Yep. Draw a circle around it, keep correction. Major antibiotics.
The jet suit is probably the closest thing we've seen to Iron Man in real life. This suit is powered by 5 tiny but powerful gas turbines that collectively produce
He's
over
got one on his
1,000
back
horsepower.
too, 4 in his hands.
That's enough raw force to launch a human through the air at speeds over 50 miles per hour and soar up to 9,800 feet.
That's pretty high.
But what really sets it
Everybody
apart?
else I know
It's
contracted
not just
Lyme
about
disease. Every
flying.
major
It's about
surveyor has
control.
contracted. I'm the
Pilots
only
can
one in
maneuver
that.
in midair with nothing but subtle arm movements.
Prion
And thanks to
disease is
gravity's
bad.
relentless
I would rather
testing
die
and
first at the end
refinement,
of
the
the world
suit has
last.
become stable enough for real-world
Out of 100
applications,
cases, 10%.
including
Yeah,
military
10%.
use.
10 out of
In
every
fact,
100,
the
yeah.
UK Royal Marines have already tested it for shipboarding
Brown recluse.
operations. That's not
you don't
science
die,
fiction.
your body does,
That's
right?
today's tech.
It's not Bob Dylan.
Even
It's
cooler,
Huey Lewis.
you can
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
train to become
I
a
know. I've seen the
pilot.
Huey Lewis one.
Gravity runs
I was
flight
about to say,
training
I didn't
programs
think
where
Bob
people
Dylan
can
did it.
experience the suit firsthand, under expert supervision, of course. Number 8.
Not sure what that is.
NASA's jetpack.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
space.
yeah. Check it out,
You've
student.
seen jetpacks on Earth, but what about in space? The Manned Maneuvering Unit, or MMU,
The
NASA's
one
very
they
own
just
space
showed,
jetpack.
the one they just showed, the Gravity. This one right here.
Gravity
He's
runs
got
flight.
4 jets in his hand and 1 on his back. I believe they're all electrically powered. And you can go like 10,000 feet, almost 10,000 feet high with it. What's up, on me? Super.
Flight training programs where people can experience the suit firsthand, under expert supervision, of course. Number 8. NASA's
Just in case you're in
jetpack
outer space.
You've seen jetpacks on Earth.
I miss
but what
Captain
about
Lou
in
Albano's
space?
elastic bands.
The Manned Maneuvering Unit,
I
or
remember
MMU,
them.
NASA's very own space jetpack that astronauts use to fly freely in orbit, untethered and alone, hundreds of miles above
and
Earth.
alone, no matter
Developed in the
about
1980s by NASA.
It's not. They're electric turbo fans. They're not. There's no combustion. It's an electric motor spinning fans and then using volumetric compression. It takes the wind and puts it down the nozzle and blows it out real fast instead of combusting anything. So there's no heat. I mean, very, very minimally. There's no combustion. Really great Grateful Dead. The songs, Bob Dylan songs. Yeah, I remember those. I used to see that. What up, Senfei? Would be too scared. Don't trust technology. Fan crazy. Richard, what makes ticks think you taste like crap? I don't shower.
And Martin Marietta, the MMU was a game changer for space exploration. It was essentially a high-tech
Is your
backpack
arm
with
still
24
broken,
small
Senfei? Are you
thrusters
healed up
powered
yet?
by compressed nitrogen,
Or your
giving
wrist?
astronauts the ability to move in any direction without touching the spacecraft. And yes, it worked. The MMU made its debut in 1984 when astronaut Bruce McCandless II performed the first untethered spacewalk, floating nearly 300 feet away from the space shuttle. That photo of him drifting in the blackness? Iconic. It wasn't just cool, it was a huge leap in astronaut mobility.
Tweezer and Monkey
Although
Man.
NASA eventually retired the MMU for safety reasons,
Silly
it proved
Wabbit.
something incredible.
Ticks are for kids.
Controlled personal flight in space is possible.
No,
That
it's just
opened the door for
crooked.
later tech like the Safer system.
Dang, I had a problem with my
Used
shoulder like a
today for
month ago. I
emergency
said I think
maneuvering
it's about
outside
telling
the
too.
International Space Station. No jet flames, no wings, just cold gas, zero gravity, and human precision floating above Earth.
Human precision.
Get ready for today's mystic topic.
I don't even have the
Check
server
out this
up.
image.
They ain't
This
been
new
on it in like
Japanese
2 months.
jetpack shocked Chinese and U.S. engineers. When this fearless woman soared past a skyscraper, it felt like a scene straight out of Iron Man. How did Japan manage to outpace two global tech giants in this way?
Wow,
And who is this daredevil defying gravity with
I
flames
wonder if
shooting
that was
from her?
this thing, the Powana disease. This makes paralyzes people's muscles. Oops, that's me. When I was a land surveyor back in the days, a dude used to play practical jokes on each other. He was very allergic to poison. Jeez. What's up, Bear? We got mosquitoes and ticks down here on the coast. Put in a monkey testing lab out here? Jeez. Looks like AI. I would walk around carrying some lead right up against myself when he realized what he was doing, turned white. How did you get your legs feeling back? Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, here you go. This was 8 days ago.
Tonight, a New Hampshire man is fighting for his life in a Boston hospital, all because of a tick bite. While many people think of Lyme disease when
a rare but increasingly found tick-borne disease, the CDC has reported 7 cases in 2026, most found in the Northeast.
So unlike Lyme disease, where the tick has to be attached for generally, we say at least 36 hours.
West Nile and
Here,
cheese. Supposedly someone got
you
cured
only
from
need
sickle
a
cell
tick
disease.
to be attached to you for 15 minutes, and you can become infected.
If they can cure COVID in a couple of months, you think they'd be able to cure sickle cell in a couple of months?
Dr. Rocky Coley, an infectious disease physician at Tufts Medical Center, says in some
Clandestine.
cases, Powassan
That's
can
what they're
cause
doing
severe
now,
neurological
supposedly,
problems.
allegedly.
But the ones that we tend to diagnose and see in the hospital are those with more severe disease.
I went for CrossFit.
What up,
I just
Jenny?
decided my gun. I came back. I had them all over me.
Meantime, Regan's friends have been raising money for his family and medical bills, while urging others to take precautions to prevent.
Yeah, so that's what's going on there. So the day he went to the hospital because he was feeling bad, the next day his muscles didn't work in his face and whatnot, so he couldn't talk. I cured cancer years ago. Student ward probably involved bone marrow transfusion, possibly. Possibly.
Arms, the skyline, the fiery
Now that's
trails,
fire.
the rush of the wind. It's not CGI.
No goggles?
It's real. What type of fuel technology is powering this
Why wouldn't she be
incredible
wearing any
invention?
eye protection for
Share
where
your
air
thoughts
doesn't
below,
dry her
and
eyeballs
don't
out?
forget to mention hashtag Mystic Topic.
Mystic Topic.
Number
Doctor used a
7.
clamp and pulled it out. Plus a chunk of me
Apollo
still have a
jetpack.
tiny
If you've
bald
ever
spot.
seen someone fly across a stadium during a
What's all the
halftime show
hubbub
or
about
hover
ivermectin
over
and the
a
other drug that
fairground crowd,
dewormers ability for
chances
cancer? Yeah,
are-
apparently there's a lot of studies being done and coming out saying that basically those like hydroxychloroquine, fenbendazole, mebendazole, ivermectin, all those apparently, if you change the way you think of infection and whatnot, if you consider things that are in your body that live off of your body that you don't want there, and you just consider those parasites, use antiparasitics for them, they seem to work. At least these. This is what's coming out, like a ton of stuff. Because antiparasitics don't just kill parasites. They actually do things with your DNA to say anything that was damaged, repair your DNA, and then if your DNA can be repaired, then it can fight against your white blood cells or whatnot, can fight against it. So basically, that's what the science is saying. But they were like, oh, it's not a parasite, so don't give antiparasitics. You're not a dog. You're not a cow. I bought a new fan a few days ago. OnlyFans. What up, hello? Ain't seen you in a while.
It was the Apollo jetpack from Jetpack International.
Jetpack
This jetpack
International.
isn't about futuristic prototypes or military missions. It's all about real crowd-stopping performance. Built in the U.S. and powered by hydrogen peroxide, the Apollo jetpack blasts superheated steam through twin nozzles to generate lift, giving pilots around 30 seconds of controlled
30
flight.
seconds.
And while that may not sound like much,
95 is
those
better than
30 seconds
32.
are enough to wow
I made my own
thousands of
Minecraft
people.
skin, and it looks like my
Pilots wearing the
profile
Apollo
picture.
pack can lift off vertically, hover, spin,
Until they can
and even
resolve the
steer
issue with
themselves
chromosome
through
2 and the DNA
choreographed
cap.
flight paths. The sound alone, like
Telomeres.
a roaring jet engine, grabs everyone's attention before the jetman even leaves the ground. What makes it so unique? Unlike kerosene or turbojet models, this one's designed for short, explosive bursts of action. Perfect for entertainment, media stunts, and live demonstrations. No wings,
Media
no
stunts,
complex suit
telomeres.
controls. Just a high-pressure tank and 2 blazing nozzles shooting you into the air. Jetpack International's pilots have flown all over the world, from parades and conventions to TV shows and festivals. It's less
That'd be a
about
cool
distance
job.
and more about delivering a moment nobody forgets. Number 6. VR jetpack you can feel.
Bye.
Flying a jetpack
Incredibly
is already wild,
stupid.
but how about controlling it with your arms and seeing the sky
There are all
through a
kinds of
virtual
things
reality?
about graphene being swabs, COVID, and nanotech COVID vaccines we should believe. Yeah, well, the biggest thing is the lipid nanoparticles that are now being found, and the spike protein that's now being found in allegedly in the tumors, in the earlobes, in the heart, the fingers. So it goes to the ends of the bodies and to the heart. And that lipid was meant to allow the spike to stay in the body, or the mRNA to stay in the body longer, but it accidentally stayed too long. That's what they're saying. Yeah, the nose and the earlobes. It was 38 degrees here yesterday. Not sure what on money. The reason I get stoned is because I'm way too fast. No, he lives in the UK. He lives in the UK, right next to UK lady.
Helmet. Welcome to the future of
He lives in
immersive flight built in
Crawley.
the UK. This is the Daedalus Flight Pack, developed by a UK-based company called
I get
Air
stoned
Oxo.
so I don't drop the
And the
hammer on
mind behind
stupid
it,
people.
Richard Mallet, a British engineer who wanted to change
If
how
you
we
put three
interact
men
with flight
through,
itself.
if you
not
put
just
three
physically.
men who thought they were Jesus in a room and only pick one jetpack, what would happen? If you put three men who thought they were Jesus in a room with only one jetpack, what would happen? I don't know. None of them would probably know how to operate it, I'm guessing.
Mentally. Here's how it works. The jetpack straps to your back and is powered by a hybrid engine setup designed for smooth vertical takeoff. But the real innovation, it's all in the control system. Instead of levers or joysticks, pilots wear a VR headset and use arm gesture sensors to steer. Want to turn left? Tilt your arm. Want to rise or descend? Shift your posture. The suit translates your body's movements directly into flight commands, making the experience feel natural and totally immersive. The virtual headset adds a whole new layer too.
Maybe
Not
they are
only does it
using
show
fuel. Those
altitude-
clear lines right here. Maybe this is kerosene. So these might be the same ones that were on the other one. One would end up being Elvis. Nothing that this thought was Jesus would use a jetpack. They all have a psychotic breakdown. That's cool flight. That's a cool flight pack, and it does have limited flying duration, but it's still better than traditional 30 seconds. Yeah.
Speed and flight path. It simulates
You might remember that you said it 30 times in your video walking around your town, and I think even the AI overview said where you lived.
weather conditions and helps the pilot train in real-time environments without leaving the ground. While still in the testing phase, the Daedalus pack is aiming to blend human reflexes and machine performance like never before. It's not just about flying anymore. It's about feeling flight. Number 5.
It's not about just about flying. It's about feeling flight.
Through the air like a flying squirrel is cool.
I didn't hear it, so
but
don't worry.
gliding with jet-powered engines on your back,
He doesn't want you showing
that's a whole
up.
different level of sky domination. Introducing the turbine jet
He's got
wingsuit
two other mini
prototype,
ladies there.
a bold invention
Calm
out of Germany
down.
that
That's
took
like
traditional
powered
wingsuit
flying wing. It's been the
and turned it into
military
something
as
completely
using certain
futuristic.
applications.
Designed by Peter Salzman, an Austrian stuntman and skydiver in partnership with BMW, this wingsuit packs a sleek electric turbine right in the chest. Here's the twist. Unlike standard wingsuits that rely purely on gravity and air currents, this prototype features a twin-rotor propulsion
Anyone
system
heard from my
that gives
space?
the
Yeah, he
pilot
changed
powered
his
lift
name
and forward thrust.
to Tornado Wrangler. He was just in here a little bit ago. I live in Richard's backyard. He doesn't know it yet. I need to get me one. What's up, Sandra? Long time.
That means longer airtime, controlled acceleration, and the ability to climb mid-flight, something wingsuit flyers could never do before. During its first manned test flight,
this is
Salzman launched from a helicopter at 10,000 feet, glided over the Austrian Alps, and activated the jets mid-air. The result? He flew faster, farther, and more precisely than any wingsuiter before him. While it's still in development, this project marks a huge step forward in wearable aviation.
Freaking nuts.
Lightweight
Hopefully it's
electric
nice shed that
turbines,
Richard. I do have a
aerodynamic
nice shed.
fabric, and
I've
body
got a couple
controlled
of them.
navigation.
He can stay in either
It's
one of the
part
greenhouses
sci-fi,
or my
part serious
workshop
engineering.
or my
Number
hoop
4.
house. You can put a wood
Switzerland's
stove.
human
Yeah,
jet,
good.
flying over the Swiss
I'd be
Alps
able
with
to find
nothing
him
but
from the
jet-powered
smokestack.
wings strapped to your back? That's not a movie scene. It's Yves Rossi, the original jetman making aviation history. Hailing from Switzerland, Yves Rossi is a former fighter pilot who built his own carbon fiber jet wing fitted with 4
man.
miniature engines. No
Tiny
cockpit,
house.
no landing gear,
Spoken
just a
like
pair
a
of rigid
captive
wings, throttle controls
experience.
in hand, and nerves
What
of
up,
steel.
Jizzle?
Rossi first stunned the
Red
world
Bull
in
ain't
the
got nothing on these
mid-2000s when he
guys.
leapt from a plane and fired up those engines.
A bit of thought went
Soaring
into this a
over
little
the Alps
bit.
like
Yeah,
a human
yeah, yeah.
aircraft. He hit speeds of over
Snails are
180 miles per hour while carving through mountain passes, performing rolls, and maintaining altitude using only subtle shifts in his body. The flight was more than just a daredevil stunt. It was a proof of concept. A person powered by jet engines in full control,
That's freaking
moving through
so
the sky without a traditional aircraft. Rossi went on to fly over the Grand Canyon, the English Channel, and even
He's
alongside
flying
commercial
faster than
jets
these
in
jets?
formation. His jet wing setup doesn't allow for vertical takeoff.
I guess it is
requires a
burning
plane drop. But once airborne,
kerosene.
Number 3.
Magical taste table.
America's crowd
What
stunning
up,
rocket
brother?
belt.
Usa,
Backflips
usa.
in midair, hovering above stadiums, and roaring flight in under
Didn't we
30
already watch
seconds.
this?
That's the Jetpack International H202, one of the boldest public performance jetpacks ever built in the United States. Developed by Jetpack International, the H202 is the spiritual
names on the
successor to
tin.
the 1960s rocket belt, but
Legend.
with a modern twist.
Dun, dun, dun,
It's
dun.
powered by hydrogen peroxide, which reacts with a catalyst to create high-pressure steam, blasting through dual nozzles and pushing the pilot into controlled flight. While it only delivers about 30 seconds of airtime, those moments are packed with energy. Pilots can launch straight up, pivot in midair, and glide across arenas, rooftops, or riverfronts, making it a favorite for live shows.
So why not have a hybrid using the using a smaller volume of hydrogen peroxide to get you off the ground and then switch over to the other jets to keep you going. And then you could just have a larger battery pack and just smaller. Am I overthinking this? Keep the snails. Rocky. Oh, jeez. What's up, overall opposites? Saucy. You can't spell legend without ND. Always remember to use the biggest wood stove you can to avoid small wood stoves at all costs. Imagine blasting through dual nozzles in real time. And keep in mind, wood stoves were ruined by the Obama administration API. I remember that. So don't rush. Don't offense correctly being it up. Yep. Changes how efficient they are. Pakistani restaurants.
Sporting events and action-packed promos. The suit was designed by a team of American engineers.
Currently,
with
the
much
only
of its
production
modern
wood stoves now
notoriety
not
credited to Troy Widgery, who also founded Go
Some
Fast
kid dies by
Sports
eating
and
a raw
Beverage
snail.
Company,
Yeah, it happens.
the sponsor that helped fund the
Snails often have parasites in them.
Jetpack's epic demonstrations across the globe. With its unmistakable roar and retro-futuristic look, the H-202 doesn't aim to be a long-distance travel solution. It's all about wow factor and showing just how real jetpack flight has become.
We put a pair of
2.
Tomahawk missiles in a couple of Mini Coopers.
Maverick Jetpack. Ever dreamed of taking
Firewood,
flight with
cook
nothing
stoves,
more than a
regular
jetpack strapped to your back? What sets the Maverick Jetpack apart from other personal flight devices is its mind-blowing, hands-free capability. Yeah, you heard that right.
Yeah,
this
you heard that
jetpack
right.
doesn't require any control levers or handles. Instead, it uses
This
a
is your
unique system
mind.
that allows the pilot to maneuver simply by shifting their body weight. It's like something out of a futuristic spy film where the hero effortlessly glides through the air. Talk about next-level innovation. Developed by Maverick Aviation, this jetpack isn't just about style.
We'll take a look at a
It's
pair of
about
Tomahawk
making
missiles, a
flight
couple of Mini
safer,
Coopers.
more intuitive, and more accessible. With its lightweight design and easy control system, the Maverick could very well be the jetpack that brings personal flight to the masses. Imagine zipping through the skies without even needing to touch a button. It's smooth.
Did I hear
it's
that right? You heard it right.
and it's
Wood stoves
definitely
are
the
almost
kind of tech that makes you
required
say,
in
"This
winter
is
here
what
in the
the future
Montana,
looks
especially
like."
shop and get equipment
But
running.
it doesn't stop there. The
I
Maverick
thought someone that
jetpack
bought a
is
wood
built
stove
for
cost $800
versatility.
and not vent
It's got
correctly, had to
potential
drill
for
holes in the
everything
door,
from
modify the
high-speed
stove.
emergency
Jeez.
rescues to
I could have
military
used one in the TV
applications.
series of The
And
Prisoner.
as the technology continues
That's
to
the
evolve, who
legacy
knows?
of the Obama
We
administration.
might
Yeah,
see
they did a lot of
jetpacks like
trash.
these become
Dude
part
was
of
dared to
everyday
eat a
life,
slug and
just
died
like
after
flying
spending
cars were
400
once
days in a
imagined to be. Number 1.
Number 1.
France's Sky Surfer. Who would have thought a hoverboard could actually become real and fly up to 10,000 feet? Well, Frankie Zapata,
Done
a
that.
French
I used a
inventor and
small
former
wood stove
jet
as a
ski
jetpack.
champion, made it happen.
I had a log burner
the
so at my
Flyboard
house.
Air, one of the wildest
President Trump has
jetpack
not rolled
inventions
back
ever
EPA.
seen. This thing isn't strapped to your back, it's strapped to your feet. Using 5 turbojet engines, the Flyboard Air can blast through the sky at jaw-dropping speeds of 146 miles per hour. And get
146
this,
miles per
it's
hour.
completely untethered.
Yeah. Don't
No
usually
water
eating
hoses,
scavengers
no
isn't
cables,
usually a great idea.
Just raw jet power and balance.
They're scavengers.
Frankie
What happened
first
to
stunned
your
the
imported
world
German
back in
car? I still got
2016,
it. I
but
still
he
got
took
it. I still got it, Nifty. Chimney.
things up a notch in 2019 when he flew across the English Channel on this beast. That moment wasn't just historic, it proved the Flyboard Air could handle long-range flight, high speeds, and serious altitude.
The Flyboard
Since then,
Air.
he's been working on military versions
Wood
and
stove
defense
jetpacks are
collaborations,
natural.
which might
When I'm
just
cold,
turn this
give
wild
me a
ride into a
beat.
battlefield game changer. But here's what makes it even crazier. It's still operated by shifting your weight. So you're not just flying, you're basically
skateboarding.
surfing the sky.
Both
Thanks
my
for
German
watching.
couldn't
If
go
you
back.
like the video, hit that like button, subscribe for more, and drop
so
a
what are
comment.
we looking for? We're looking for a wackadoo. What was it? Tomahawk missiles and a couple of Mini Coopers. Tomahawk missiles in a Mini Cooper. Are you sure they were Tomahawks? Navy got hands. What up, Gary? Navy got hands already shipped to sea. Navy got hand jets already moved from ship to ship on sea. Get warm then. One of the problem with EPA relates to catalytic stoves in general is that you must be properly seasoned wood or they don't work correctly because they don't burn hot enough. They're not pulling air and they're not nearly as efficient as when they were made by freaking Thomas Jefferson or Benjamin Franklin. This war is crazy. First they live streaming it. Now you have Subway Surfers, Master Blasters. Remember that was a great freaking game. Master Blaster Sci-Fi Channel show. The Master Blasters. I can't spell channel. People still burn coal fireplace and it stinks. We used to have a coal as kids. We had a wood burning stove that could be adapted to a coal burning stove, and we had a coal bin. Me and my brother had a shovel coal. I won't give off. Tornado Wrangler, what up, Space Cow? 1, 2, Princess Nip before you. I didn't know you enjoyed wood so much. What's next? Space Cowboys last sewing up stars enough to get energy to power light speed go-karts travel through time. This is a TV show. I can't watch this, though. Yeah, I can't watch it. It's wackadoodle. It's unallowed. Okay, let's see. Boom, boom. Let me close some of this stuff down. Boom, 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 boom. Power. Okay, let's see. Beats. What the best thing about wood stoves when electricity goes in really handy. Fireplaces are highly inefficient unless they have an insert. Even those are less efficient. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. Yeah. Some call me the Gangster Love. Some people call me Maurice. Woo! 'Cause I speak of the pompatus of love. Loretta, you are a silly goose. And I'm silly Hungarian. There's a certain romance about them. I have 12 brick wood stoves because a guy bought a house and was a mason at him, built everywhere. It houses 2 fireplaces, pizza oven stoves, sawed got cheese. Abraham Lincoln wore a wood stove as a hat. Loretta's my other wife. Garage, fireplace, outdoor stove. Thank you, EnviroPro. I'm here to entertain the masses. Okay, let's see. New data from Poverty Point. Robots now in charge of high voltage. Jeez. Hothead. Hello, my wonderful husband. Steve Miller Band, yeah. Do you call it a swag lamp? I do not. I don't think I've ever had a swag lamp. Master Blaster's car launches this has one video. Yeah, it's TV though, right? I can't replay it. I like Maryland blue crab from the Chesapeake Bay. That's unacceptable. Scavenger bottom eater. Yeah, I used to eat a lot of them when I lived in Maryland. But if you're not getting farm raised snails, you don't want to just eat wild snails that you got no idea what kind of wackadoodle they went to. You don't have the same type of parasites in crabs as you do in other wackadoodle. Blue crab is an acceptable scavenger, I agree. Almost done. What up, Gwen? I'm going to join soon. All right, take care of your work. Ed Miliband. All right, let's see. If Star Wars had a $10 budget.
Look, sir. Droids.
We stopped.
Damn, that's a pretty good budget.
Yeah, I'm going.
We're gonna tell your uncle we need a droid that can speak a lot of languages.
We don't have much of a choice, but
Ed Miliband is the personality of a slug. I think it's a Seth Green lookalike.
Yeah, that one's ugly. I'll take it. No.
Yeah, I think it's a Seth
No.
Green lookalike. You saw this yesterday. Milban is a Marxist.
Are you a protocol
The
droid?
mail just not
yes,
great.
sir. That's
You ain't
exactly
lived until you
I
had
don't
12
need a
snails from
protocol
Chernobyl
droid. I need
to
an
water free
evaporator.
for
Then you're
fast.
in luck. My first girlfriend was evaporator.
All right. Well, can you speak Chinese?
Yes, sir. Ni hao ma.
You got any more?
Oh, wa na ni na.
Oh, that's great. Well, what else can you do?
Oh, well, I can dance.
Huh? Show me. Wow, those hips sure can move. I'll take them. Luke, grab that one and this one and get them cleaned up before supper.
I was gonna go down to Tashi Station and get some power converters.
You'll have to play with your friends later. I don't want to hear another word. Take them up
He's
and get
got
them cleaned up
blue
before
milk.
supper.
Come on.
Oh,
Maryland. Maryland.
I'll pay you.
I'm C-3PO.
Uncle Owen,
What?
this droid's broken.
Oh, are you trying to rip me off? Tell me something bad?
Sir, if I may, every other droid here is good, but that one on the end is a stinky bad little boy.
All right, I'll take that one.
Dang.
Yeah.
I want to remake Few Evil Dead scenes played as
Throw the
soon
droid
as
in the oil bath.
Do it.
An oil bath?
You get to Atlanta, I'll help you.
Well, R2, I hope you're happy. I finally found a new family and you've come along to steal their love. Oh, yeah.
Man, I'm never getting out of this place.
Getting out of here? Why would you ever want to leave?
Man, this R2 unit's really dirty. You guys have seen a lot of action. He's got a lot of space dust.
It's a miracle we're still in one piece. We've been through a lot together.
It's a miracle of
different
cinema in
shows
one
and
piece.
movies.
I was running a
But the
delivery
rebellion
service.
even-
I'd pick up
What?
rocket parts
You
from
know about the
Master
rebellion?
Blasters and
Oh, yes,
satiate
sir.
parts
I
for
wish we
oil
did. We
field.
probably do.
Company would
No.
probably would have looked
You
like a
gotta tell me
terrorist if I
about
got pulled over.
Oh, yeah.
Well, to be well.
That's nice. Yes, we know all about the rebellion. We've seen lots of battles. Space battles.
This R2 unit's got something jammed in here real good.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only freaking hope.
You're my only freaking hope.
What do you mean? Who's he talking about? The girl coming out of your face, you rolling dumpster.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only freaking hope. Crap, 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 crap.
She looks like she needs help.
She looks like she needs help.
You're
I
my
think she
only
does.
freaking hope. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
She's
You're my
beautiful.
only freaking
Rich,
hope.
did you
funny, I was just thinking she
ever
kinda looks like you,
see
sir.
called Tripping the
Where's the rest of
Rift?
the
Yes, I
message?
think I have. That sounds so familiar. I had to have seen it. I had to have seen it. Yes, I've definitely seen it. I can't remember it. Bring something up. I used to have a very lucrative job delivering aircraft parts. You mentioned that. Jeez, Obama, I saw you at 5 photos. It's just what I want to do on a budget. I'm great at editing and directing and everything post-production, but spend time writing scripts or making models. I don't want to do CGI. What up, Raid? The bottom fell out of the business. I was making really good money, gas prices, driving around a Toyota Prius, delivering aircraft parts. Obama ruined it. The main character's a chode. Damn it.
He says the parental locks are stopping him from accessing it. He's already reached his full amount of screen time.
Maybe I didn't see it. Definitely. It
fix those.
sounds so familiar.
Hey, he turned it off. Turn it back on.
What do you mean, turn what back on? Your message, you ding-dong.
Can't believe he's calling.
Who?
Obama engaged in scapegoating of private jet owners and basically
I think that
fall
R2
on the bottom of
unit's
the market.
stolen. It's got a message
Thanks,
from a
Obama.
princess. Sounds like she needs help.
Oh. Easy, Luke.
She also mentioned Obi-Wan Kenobi. Do you think she means old Ben Kenobi?
Luke, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, totally different.
You need to go just race those droids now.
Details. Yeah, this is great.
Hey, I've been thinking I
Still
want to
waiting on the
join
show.
the
Yeah, check.
Oh, that's sweet.
Did you look? Did you check? Did you check the deliveries? Did it say it's on its way yet?
Well, you're gonna have to do it after
Check
this
your
season.
order. We can check your order after this. I can do
That's
it
what you
right
said last season after Biggs left.
I'm sorry, I need you, okay? It's the most important time. I can't have you gone. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be stuck here forever.
I don't know what to tell you, Luke. I can't do it without you. You're gonna have to wait for the war crimes, all right?
So unfair.
Luke, where are you going? You haven't drank all your blue paint milk.
Looks like I'm going nowhere.
Oh, and you can't gaslight him forever. It's too much of his dad, you know.
I'm afraid that's the problem.
Damn. Back in there. Oh, let me check. I'll check on it right now, brother. Bam. Products, customers. Fulfillment in progress. Let me see if it tells you when your wackadoos will be. Shipping profile. I'll find it. Hold on. Let me see here. Boom. Back in those days, I didn't check. You have to download the app. You should be able to just click on the link in from the email from the receipt, and it'll take you to the site. It'll tell you where it's at in progress. I'm trying to do it now, but I went to the wrong page. But give me a second. Okay, hold on. It reminds me of Chris Pratt. Alec got 2.5% off the big market. Yeah, this ain't Amazon. It ain't next day delivery. It's like 7 to 10 days, but let me see where it's at. Hold on. Boom. Back. Bam. Order number. Confirmation number. Sent to customer. Confirmation number. Order confirmation captured pending 5052. 53. Hold on. One waiting for fulfillment. Yeah, so the printer's got it, waiting on fulfillment. See what happens when you click on your link. See if it gives you anything different than it gives me. Heather Brown, $11, $15, 17, 14, 22, 74, 17, 14, 15, 60, $22.74. Your address. Yeah, waiting for fulfillment. I mean, it's waiting to be printed, but I mean, see if it tells you anything, brother. If you check on it right quick to see what information it has you. It says it's being printed and sent. What are those shiny flat disc things at music called? These nuts. Elon Musk is the Antichrist. Prove me wrong. I don't know, brother. I don't know, dude. I think I'm gonna prove you wrong. I think. Considering what he's doing, some of the stuff that he's done the past couple weeks. All of the hate and lies that have been pushed against him and the things he's doing for free speech and whatnot, I don't know. What are you thinking that's pushing you to think that he is? Nice of Barack to give them pallets full of cash. Yep, I agree. All this madness. UAPs. Barack and Elon Musk will set the stage for the Antichrist. Brother, I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I could say more Barack Obama than Elon. Hillary Clinton, Hill Dog, country a week of uranium one deal. Biden was too busy going after his political opponents to be worried about Iran. Joe Biden was different. Do you recall the last time you encountered some sort of unidentified anomalous phenomenon? At least with President Trump's family don't have cocaine in the White House. Yeah, well, it's not just a brain chip. It's a chip in the hand that's the mark of the beast. We'll see, and there's companies working on that. SpaceX may not amount to anything, but I bought 10 shares. I think it'll amount to something. We need to remove all the put people out of office elections. Listen, so the chip in the brain is helping paralyzed people. The chip in the hand that helps people pay for stuff and become more of a consumer is more along lines to the sign of the devil than a chip in the brain that's helping paralyzed people and whatnot. And what's up, TW? All right, let's see. But I've heard a lot of people say that same thing. I just don't see the evil in it. I don't see the evil in helping heal people or try to heal people. The people that are working on, let me see if I can find the chip in the hand. Hand microchip for easy payments. Implantable microchips for contactless payments use near-field technology as smartphones for tap-to-pay. So who's working on that? Currently, payment chips are predominantly available to residents in the UK, Europe, and the UK. Companies as Walletmore offer NPC implants and a few niche providers in the US and regions. How it works? Yeah, that's what I would say. Did you drop something? Come from the land of vigilante. Changing the Sabbath could be the mark of the genius. They're going to make the mark seem like it's good to take. It's going to be very right. Well, right, and I think at least my theory now is and. Who would take the brain chip that's not paralyzed? The people that are going to take the hand chip being told it's a good thing when it's actually a tracking device. I don't think anybody would pay $100,000 for the brain chip when people are going to pay $100 for the hand chip. You know, and so we'll see. I'll keep it on the list, but I'm just not there yet. Bluetooth chip in the head for controlling a keyboard and mouse. Especially for controlling the phone. Chips and fish. I don't trust any government anymore. I've been saying that for years. We keep trusting our government. We're all going to get a big smack in the face soon. Now, hey, I'm right there with you. I go by what I can see now and what I can. And we have proof who's being deceptive and who's not. Like what's out in the open. If I start to see brain chips for all before I see hand chips for all, we'll make a decision on that. But yeah, I don't. And considering what is being undone and all of the rape gang stuff that's being uncovered, and that's being uncovered because there's a platform to put that data on X. That would not have been there had Elon not purchased it. Now, look, I don't know the guy, and we'll see it, and I'm not trusting. I'm just saying I think we're looking in the wrong direction. Just passing through. What up, Hippocrates? You're looking younger than you did yesterday. The one moment your poop is so hard, you don't even have to wipe. It's a beautiful moment. Highlight of my week. She's Shayer. And Laura, if you make more fun, Democrats and Republicans are all Freemasons. I agree. The truth is, if you examine Michelle Obama's future, you'll see several genetic male traits and out his belt, ring finger, index finger, bronzers around her pants. But nothing can be trusted from the corporations, right? I mean, what I see is the government trying to take him down. Everybody that I see talking about him from the government want to tax him. To use his wealth that would be used in taxes to end up hurting more Americans. That's what I see. I see that they want to be able to take from the producers to give to people that don't care about our well-being. Biotech is definitely a dangerous game. It's a uniparty at the end of the day. Thank you, Bloodthirsty. There are people coming out saying Christians are saying they're having visions of Elon Musk being part of the Antichrist system. It's just weird. No, brother, look, I'm right there with you. But if we make this decision, and all eyes are on Elon and something pops up on the side that we're not paying attention to because we've already checked off the box, Elon, Antichrist. You know what I'm saying? That's our fault if we do that. So I would absolutely on the possibility box, maybe put an asterisk next to his name, but don't take your eyes away from everybody else because you've made that decision that he's the one. These people just want to put down Elon. They probably have Trump Rangers for them. And that's the problem, is they don't realize how much money he's made for the American people. He doesn't, these people in Congress don't realize or just don't care how much our retirements, like we have like 3% of our retirements, total retirements are based in money that SpaceX and Tesla is making. So if they trash those companies, they're going to destroy a lot of people. Remember, 3% of 350 million is 3.5 million. So 3.5 million people, just basically their retirements are wiped away. And if they force his company to sell $50 billion in shares, there's not going to be $50 billion worth of free money to buy those free shares, which means he'll have to sell diluted shares, which then start a downward spiral. And I know this, so they know this. They want to destroy him because he left their side. He stopped funding the Democratic Party. The revolution will need to be driven by the need for transparency. Yeah, right. Well, the problem is the transparency is going to show how long we've been screwed, and I think that's what will tick off the revolution. The new Pope and Heritage Foundation have both talked about Sunday falls fighting climate change. It's supposed to be hot next week. It'll be like 100 degrees. Let me take a look. What's going to be here. 5-day forecast. Don't try.
Here's the
No. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have 88 tomorrow, 89 Saturday, 93 Sunday, 95 Monday, 95, 95, 95. Yeah, it's going to be hot. Invest in XSPC Vegas share the space has beyond the ETF. The government is trying to suck the capital out of everyone, not just Elon. We went to a brutal war over a 2% tax. Now we pay 40%. Yep. Elon Musk is a renaissance man. He's an amazing person, technological genius. He has built the best electric vehicle in history. Listen, he has given internet access to more people on this planet that had their governments keeping them from having internet access, which has allowed us to collect data from them on how bad their situations are. Us being in the dark for so long, only hearing people's little like, hey, I'm on a VPN and now I'm making this X account. I can't purchase a blue check mark, but somebody believe me. That's all we've really been getting. And now we're getting flows of data of people asking for help. And we're also finding how much of that USAID money apparently went to crap. Apparently less than 1% of what was given actually got. They only spent what they needed to do when cameras were around to say thank you for helping us with the starving kids. It's definitely an interesting story, especially the way he responds to it. I'd say Trump is part of the anti-party's false narrative because it's not. They would not try to assassinate him. Zuck's definitely an alien. All right, dude. Zuck, Spurs much. Did you invest? Yeah, I mean, I had a 401k just from work, and it was awesome, and I put my money in it too. Especially in the movie industry, it was kind of automated. It's the kind of person that tells you that Butler, Pennsylvania was staged. Dude, calm down. The revelations. I hope North Korea will be free someday. That's going to be the last one to go because they're nuclear weapons. Idaho brought the death mark penalty by machine gun. Yeah, isn't that cool? So think about what's going to go. What they're going to try to do with that. They're going to try to say, okay, now we're willing to execute people by firing squads. So other states will be like, and then, and what's really going to push it is, maybe I shouldn't speak that way. Why'd you have to make things so complicated? That's what I was about to say. That's what needs to be done. People that hurt children, and the thing is now, the way they get dealt with in society now is by sending them to jail and letting the evil in jail know that they exist to take care of them. So they know that a lot of them are being put to the knife, but in prison. So that's a lot of psychological torture before taking them out. But if they miss that, then sometimes they get released. And a lot of times, that needs to be more funded. I prefer a simple life. They went to Brian Kohlberg that way. The beasts. All right, let's see. 40,000 missing after Venezuelan earthquake. Did you guys see that? Visionary Renaissance technical wizards. Some people are putting down. Dude, calm down, dude. Stop attacking people. Attack the argument. This funny potato is an evolutionary mystery. Lovely lamb lunch. I agree. Crimes against the most helpless should be dealt with harshly. Yeah. The same people we need to help with money, the elderly and the very, very young. If they are taken advantage of, then they need to leave this planet. Threshold Elon is a silly goose. 7 days with a tribe that breathes underwater. Surviving Africa. Elon Musk came to outer space. Have you seen a baby Elon Musk? I have. I've seen his child pictures. They look like AI. The 1930s creepiest stop motion cartoon ever. Shaq just ended Bill Burr's career. I built a homemade bungee cord. Bungee jump. That's freaking crazy. Elon Musk. Have you seen ND's giant forehead? Dun, 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 dun. 72 hours with the last hunter-gatherer on tribe. I've considered having an Elon baby if he asks nicely. Elon, if you ask nicely, I'll have one of your babies. Or 6. Giving snakes their legs back. I remade Star Wars VFX in 1 week. Oh, you remember the clapper that turned on TVs and turned on lamps? Dragon's Lair. Wow. Remember that game? Helicopter with 1 blade. That's gotta freaking... No way. That's gotta be... can't be real. That's gotta be AI. Why would anybody fund that? The red, I'm far too old, but it will be interesting. He could keep trying. Dang. I identify as Musk. Elon Musk has achieved wondrous achievements and he's responsible for rescuing the people that were on the space station. He deserves credit for that. No, I agree. I absolutely agree. That was amazing. I can't believe Biden left those freaking when Boeing tried to join the space race and couldn't get their astronauts back. And when SpaceX went up and got them, there wasn't even a live television crew. Like, it wasn't streamed. Like, it could have been a whole bring America together thing that, like, technology and people and people from the left and the right got together to save these people, and it could have been on every television, and it was just a footnote. He deserves credit for that and so many other things. Tesla vehicles and technological wonders. The big thing about Tesla was that he used off-the-shelf components. Like, he used existing battery technology rather than like other companies were trying to use. They create their own type of battery technology and anything. I think they did that on purpose because they didn't want to dip into the oil. Because, I mean, look how rich he is now. So, like, if it wasn't for the oil guys that made a bunch of money on cars and whatnot, he created his own car, his own battery, his own system, or his own system to use the batteries, and now it got him to the $1 billion mark. Yeah, Biden was horrible. He makes Bezos look like a punk. I like that. 85% of SPX the flotation was AI, not space. One of the interesting things about Elon Musk's AI is that his AI doesn't need to be a Chat GPT like AI. The data centers he's building is going to operate the self-driving cars, the self-driving taxis. You know, we'll be able to buy an under $30,000 driverless car. So for under 30 grand, you can get a robo-taxi. You can use your phone, go outside, it'll take you to work, and instead of your car sitting at work for 9 hours while you're working, it's out making you money. And then when you need to be picked up from work, it'll just be there to pick you up, and then it can drop you back off at home. And then when you stay inside, it can go out and make you money, and then it can be back, and it can go stop by charging stations to do what it does what it needs to do, but they'll have to have charging attendants. But yeah, that's absolutely amazing, because we buy cars to drive an hour to and from work and sits in the driveway and in a parking lot the rest of the day. Because Elon Musk supported free speech was leading towards Trump. Joe Biden totally ignored his achievements. Yeah, right. Well, after what they did to him, after how they called him out like that, like they tried to flush him, and then what they did with the Twitter, and then tried to frame him as a bad guy. If not for J.P. Morgan, we'd have free electricity. Joe Biden engaged in the scapegoating of those that refused the vaccinated, but President Trump said it was a matter of personal choice. Space cow, is that Alice Cooper? Possibly. Jeff Bezos should not be put down as a guy who created millions of jobs to Amazon, etc. The fact that he revolutionized commerce in ways that went done before. Okay, let's see. Guten Nacht. All right, let's see. Speaking, boom, boom.
Not only do we have the largest economy in the world, we have the strongest economy in the world. The 21st century is going to be the American century, because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break. We endure. We overcome.
Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos
America,
approve of
second to none. And we own
Bezos
the
achievements,
finish
right?
line.
KFC, Biden, we own the finish line. Or Biden will sniff you. I don't know if I trust the AI taxi. What if they program it to make a female like Alexa? Du bist gut gonna. I put that. Did you see that video earlier? I'm too cool for 110th grade. Wouldn't I know in LA orbit Katy Perry? If Elon had Bezos had children, they'd make me. Clark at 1.1 trillion money, bro. Yeah. He's making that money, brother. How you been? Jeff Bezos deserves to be a billionaire. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and listen, and the thing is, people will use his service, be glad for overnight shipping, and then bitch about him. Like he's done things that FedEx and UPS couldn't do for decades, and he did it very, very relatively quickly. And he's picking up the slack for the USPS. I mean, and the internet is basically AWS. Like, how much of the internet is actually dependent on AWS? I work for Amazon DSP and know how cutthroat Amazon and company can be, but Jeff Bezos revolutionized. I agree. I've been good, brother. I've been good. He has a GMO kid. Let that sink in. He has no worries on that kid, man. Trillionaires and billionaires create jobs. All the people, right? It's jealousy. It's jealousy. Like this Roe guy. I can't remember his last name. Roe something. I can't remember. It's a senator for California. California, 17th district, and he made like $230 million as a politician, and he's pissed off that Elon's got so much money that he can't get access to. Well, how did you make so much money as a politician? When he answers the question, he says, well, that money's in my wife's trust. I can't access it. Well, how'd you get it? AWS are major security? Absolutely. That's why they're a major security major target, because that's the holy grail of the internet. If you take down the DHS, Kana, yeah, William. Bezos will have funds, no bail judges. That's why most people they go, yeah. He did a lot of stupid stuff, and now it's come to bite him in the ass. And now he's a Republican, like he's about to leave. Starbucks is leaving Seattle. Amazon's leaving Seattle, and as of today, Valve is leaving Seattle. So they've lost two-thirds of their tax income. They're trying to spend like a third as more than what they have, and they're losing 2/3 of it. So now it's completely trashed just because they want to spend more money than they have, and they're like, well, you've got it, so just give it to us. But the way they want to take it will destroy the companies. You cannot, they don't want to consider stock. They want to consider it like, well, it's worth $1 million. Yes, but if it drops tomorrow, it's worth $800,000. So if you tax me on $1 million and then it drops, you're not going to give me that money back, the difference in it, and that's a big problem. So, but they're going to be like, well, it doesn't matter. So then you have to sell stock, which means other people have to buy that stock in order to keep that value. And then when you can't do that, you've got to dilute it. That makes the stock prices smaller. And that's what they want, because then they will buy. Congress and these wackadoos will buy it all at a lower price. And then they'll change a law to make it all go back up again. And they'll be like, now we're all rich, huh? While hurting us. Not enough. Is the corporate backbone of the most like Microsoft used to be. It is, right, absolutely. And that's where Microsoft, and I think Microsoft's leaving too. Can we give? Can you guys give me a 10-minute ban? Sure. What the hell? Starbucks, Dirk Benedict. Is Boeing leaving Washington, Seattle? Probably not. They get so much. I mean, they are government funded. Like they make their money by selling $600 towel racks for planes and freaking $90 Phillips head screwdrivers that say Boeing on them, because that's the screwdriver you need for this and that. Like that. Like they only are a business because of overpaid government contracts. So they'll be happy with that. They'll be like, yep, tax me more. We'll just charge the government more. They'll just raise their prices of what how government will buy their fighter jets and whatnot. So they don't care. But for companies that don't do that can't sell, you can't say, okay, well, Prime is $1 billion a year for the government. No, if a government agency wants it, they're paying $100 a year like everybody else. And that's the thing. So they can't rip off. Like when Elon got that $400 million purchase from the White House, it came from the Biden White House, and they tried to say that Trump gave him $400 million, but it came from Biden for electric cars. But he didn't charge them $700,000 per Tesla. He charged them the rate plus a premium. So it's like these people act differently. Dude, I got an email yesterday from North Korea. Check your DMs. Obviously, it's a scheme. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for. You want me to show it on here? I'm leaving on a jet plane. Curse of Jeff Bezos. I have a job. I have a job over 60-year-old white man because nobody else is hiring. $1 million is $1 trillion. Dun. North Korea is the best Korea. Is that a carrot? Which one? It's a microphone. How are you, Florida Kilo? Justin. XTC. I'm camping vacation down in Florida still. It's hotter than the 80s. Yeah, it's supposed to be getting hotter and hotter. Poor Elon. Flock catches all flack, but there's a bunch of these AI surveillance companies out there. Right. Flock is getting it so that you don't notice the other companies that are filling up, because the government won't care. They'll throw Flock away, so then everybody will think, okay, great, now we're not being spied on. But there's like 7 other companies doing the same freaking thing. It's all a distraction. They wouldn't put it out there if they didn't want us to read it. All right, let's see. Let's see what it says here. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for taking the time to read this message. My name is John Lee. My name is John Lee, and I'm a software engineer from Japan with over 9 years experience in web development. I've worked with companies like Turing and InFlight, contributing to projects that emphasize scalability, performance, and innovation. Since completing my contract with InFlight, I've been actively looking for remote opportunities in U.S.-based companies where I can make a meaningful impact. However, as an international developer, it's often challenging to break into the U.S. job market directly. That's why I'm reaching out to see if you can open a potential collaboration. I'm looking for a U.S.-based developer who would be interested in working all together. My idea is to partner with someone like you who can interface with companies while I contribute to develop on the side. The idea, you send me your resume, I'll apply to jobs and handle their outreach. You'll attend the interviews. If you're hired, I'll handle the jobs at Giant Clat. You just join the daily stand-ups. We'll split the income 50-50. I'm looking for someone to build a solid long-term working relationship with based on trust and success. Let me know if you're interested. Happy to discuss in detail. So what they do with this is they're setting up AI clients to do the job. So, and they're trying to do hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. So the AI client will do as much of the work as possible, and the rest will be AI, always Indians. So they're going to use, and then whatever, North Korea, whatever, they're going to use their slave labor to finish off what the AI can't for repetitive jobs and tasks. And people will do it till they get caught. Let's see. How far did I back that mess here? Elon makes around $4.7 billion in bank interest alone. I would be interested to see how much he's actually got in the bank. I see most of his money is in stocks. So what he does is, the stock money ain't your money until you sell the stocks. So what he does in order to avoid paying too much on taxes is if he wants $800,000, he takes $1 million in stock. He goes to the bank and he says, bank, give me 80% of this $1 million in stock as a loan, and I'll pay you back. And or if the value of the stock drops to $850,000, you can sell it and satisfy the loan. There's no taxes on that, so you can get loans against the stocks in order to not have to pay taxes on that, because there's no tax on loans like that. So how much he actually has in the bank, but whatever rate the stocks that he's holding increase in value is probably way more than that. Where's these malls? Hillary, other companies are worse. What about the bodybuilding Elon Muscular? Evil lamb breakfast. A month. Yeah, well, if he had $1 trillion in the bank, but that's the value of his stock holdings. 3 musketeers to store data addiction. Warren Buffett is the richest man in the world as far as liquid cash. He's got $400 billion. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I know a moron who got a job as an engineer at an AI data center. Surveillance double. I mean, this guy should be a mechanic, much less. He shouldn't be a mechanic, much less an engineer. Obsessive effort. What do you mean by moron? North Korea. No, it's not. It's North Korea. It's been happening the whole time. Well, I'm saying whatever area that they've got their slaves in. Yeah, it's the same scam. They'll set up their workers to do. They'll set up so the AI can do as much of the job as possible, and anything else that's done, they'll give a worker that will be working for whatever they pay there in North Korea, $1 a day, and then if the job pays $120,000 a year, whatever, after taxes, you make $80,000, they make $40,000, you make $40,000. They're making a lot of freaking money because they've got slaves doing the work. Kim Jong-un. They make us use AI. They may use AI at work, but they just infiltrate big U.S. companies, still secrets and crypto. Yeah. Well, once they have access, if they'll use your name and your security clearance to get data, to get access, and then they'll have access to anything that you have access to, and you'll go to jail for it. Guys didn't know how wheels and bearings work, but an engineer has an AI. That's bad. Don't say anything about Kim. That has to do with scam or something. It's absolutely a scam. Black pill. Welcome back, brother. We don't use wheels on AI. You guys see, like Elon, they got loans stacked against their stocks. They're able to pay for interest that way. Yeah, well, yeah, and because they can pay it back. They can pay it back without before the interest hits. 6 months, no interest. That's that type of stuff. But they'll pay a premium on that. So they'll say, like, can you give me $800,000? I'll give you $850,000 back. And then if it goes over X amount of months or whatever, then he'll pay interest on that. But then if the stock drops and gets close to that, whatever the loan with the premium was, they'll just sell the stock to satisfy the loan. And then he doesn't have to pay back the loan. It's done. It's paid back. So any money that he has left over is still his cash. Alexa. Ask Alexa, what's the goal? What is its goal? Ask Alexa, what is its goal? To get used for privacy. Ain't nobody in privacy. And do you know anyone from North Korea? I don't. I just noticed your profile picture. Clash of Lambs. It's not for the money though. It's for access. Right. Well, I mean, the money's going to them too, also, right? But yeah, that's what they want. They want to be able to infiltrate what they can with whatever credentials you get as an American, especially if it's into a company that won't hire people from North Korea. So they'll hire you, and then they'll have access through your account under your name, under your social security number, so that when the crimes get done, you're the one that goes to jail for it, and they get paid while they're doing it, and then they get all of the data and everything that they get too, and that's all backdoored through China. Violence of the Lamb. Meanland lamb. I'm not looking at that crazy stuff. Woe is an evil lamb. We have a flock. That's satanic ass stuff you got there, you wackadoo. Yeah, so they'll get half of the money, and you'll still go to jail once you get caught, and they'll turn you in. They'll turn you in once they get what they want, and they'll be like, hey, how about you release one of our prisoners in America, and we'll turn in somebody who's a spy for you guys, and they'll just set you up, and boom. North Korea's workers subject to horrid conditions. There is no there is no OSHA. No OSHA in North Korea. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Oh, let me put the cat in too. Let's see. I built a vending machine go-kart. I tried speaking medieval. This guy's facing prison for cleaning a river. It's gotta be the UK.
This guy is facing prison for cleaning a river after authorities ignored a polluted river for years. And this guy and a team of volunteers spent 10 days cleaning it all up themselves. So now he says the reward for restoring the river is a criminal investigation and the possibility of 2 years in prison. So I feel like to any sane person, you would go, okay, wait a minute, that's wrong. That sounds a little corrupt, because this whole story revolves around an environmental lawyer who spent 4 years trying to get anybody to do something about a polluted river near his home. And when I say polluted, I don't mean like, a few soda cans floating around. No, we're talking about a waterway that volunteers say had been clogged with silt, overran with invasive plants, and littered with everything from household appliances to needles. And when I found this story, I was honestly just so shocked. I had to cover it because this is just beyond insane to me. Like, you might have seen me from my coverage on the poop water situation that was happening in the Potomac River between Maryland, DC, and Virginia. You have raw sewage. And while in this situation, the river wasn't dealing with hundreds of millions of raw, untreated sewage being dumped into it daily, the case does rhyme. So in this case, we're talking about something that's happening in the UK. And according to campaigners, the wider river roading system has also struggled with years of sewage discharges and illegal dumping. And at the end of the day, people shouldn't be risking prison time for cleaning up their local river in a reasonable way. But I guess for most people, this would just be a sad thing they would complain about once on Facebook before, I guess, immediately moving on with their lives. But Paul here, his name is Paul Prousland. He is apparently not most people. So Paul here is a British barrister who specializes in environmental law. And apparently barristers are a type of lawyer in the UK. And Paul, he funded a group called Lawyers for Nature. He campaigns for something called Rights of Nature movement, which
video showed
argues
up for
that
you
rivers
today.
and ecosystems should have legal rights of their own.
The River Wye is really at the forefront of both river rights and river guardianship. And
Yeah,
that's
you'd probably get a bonus if you did it in America. What's up, Buckeye? Yeah, there ain't anybody that can get around paying taxes illegally and get around paying taxes. Yes, right, absolutely, because look what they're doing with our tax money. It's abso-freaking-lutely wackadoodle, and everybody knows it now. And they should be rewarded because they create jobs, what other things? You create cars, rockets, and revolutionary kinds of commerce. What would just would you like snails with that, sir? Rewarded for making the richer richer and the poor poor. Poor person never gave another one a job. Right. That's the thing. People don't realize that because rich people are so demonized. But what they want you to need the government, because then they can set up an NGO to service you while they're getting rich on it. The government does. So what they want is they don't want people owning their own companies. So they want to say that's not the way we want to run America. But it's the thing is you've got to be rewarded for helping people get through life. So you create jobs. The benefit to you is getting the wealth to do what you want to do in life, and you get to make a bunch of people make jobs available to a bunch of people. But poor people get poor by spending their money. In America, I have no idea. Look, I'm poor. I'm broke. I've got no money. But I don't spend the amounts of money that I get in, so I can keep my lifestyle. And this house was purchased 17 years ago when houses were much cheaper. So it's under $205,000. And so that's being paid off by the loan. The house that got sold in Maryland went to an investment that's paying this off because it's not that expensive. But I don't do anything. I don't drink. I don't smoke weed. I don't do drugs. I don't do anything. So the only thing I do is do side jobs for people in my neighborhood and stream, make videos. Hey, it could be liberals who cut their own throat. Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is they don't want to get caught getting rich the way that they got rich by fleecing everybody, because that makes them look really bad. They never thought that all of this stuff would be overturned. They never thought all the NGOs would be shut down. United States homeless people are rich compared to third world countries. Right. California spends $250,000 per homeless per year on the homeless. So they get what they need. They just spend it on other stuff besides having houses and whatnot. Crossfaded, ready to learn. I'm sickening to hear these people tell us how bad it is they've never been abroad. Millionaire, and I'm a millionaire and I'm evil. What about it? They're first to blame America. GTFO. If you ever see a sale place, make sure I'm out there. What? If you ever feel safe, please remember that I am out here. I don't want the government to have that much power. Me neither. Take care of the trash. Take care of the garbage. Give us clean water, and take care of our protection from other countries that want us dead. That's what they should be doing. And the schools and whatnot, we should be able to deal with. The churches and other houses of worship should take care of the homeless, and there's issues like that. The hospitals should take care of the drug addicts. The army should take care of not allowing the drugs into America. Every society and civilian, you'll have rich and powerful. Ours makes it so that no matter how rich, you only pass laws, only the will of the people. Right, and what's happening is they're trying to stretch that. They're trying to stretch that by saying, well, things the government can't do, we'll just set up an agency, an organization to do, and then the poor that run those agencies are getting rich that way, and at our expense. I'm not safe. I like lamb like a lamb. Sorry, United States is not a democracy, representative constitutional republic where a constitution is a valid document. No, there's no democracy. The billionaires have power over the government. Don't you guys think it's bad? So, and the problem is the fracturing of our government. And then if the billionaires were good people and wanted to help the world, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. It's when they're evil and they want to get rich by hurting people, it's a bad thing. Cite a communist country. North Korea, China before the 70s. Mood, it's the start of the stress. They out stuff I can't influence. Just here, California roughly spends $250,000 on how many homeless? California's spend on homeless. California has invested $24 billion on homelessness programs since 2019, and a further 1.5 in 2026. And how many homeless people are? Let me say. Number of homeless in California. 181,000 182,000 people. 182,000 people. And they're spending $25 billion, $24 billion plus another 1.5, $25.5 billion. They could have bought each one of them a house multiple times. What's up, Richard? By the way, too many governments have been here for too long. Don't submit to snail stuff. Y'all, I really hate looking at trash. Could have easily been disposed of properly. Right? It's not difficult. We've been doing it for 100, 200 years. We've been dealing with trash. These things shouldn't have gotten overboard. If they don't pick the trash up because they don't want to pick the trash up. We know how much it costs. They know how much they have to budget. They spend more than they bring in. I would rather people run on things that actually created those things rather than just getting the government. I agree. Nothing is made anymore apart from lattes and paninis. If you ever feel safe, please remember that I am out here. The thing is, I miss this most if I was a homeless person, be having a home. I gotcha.
Not a coincidence because we know the river is in real trouble. But what's amazing
Newsom's
is
wife's
it has
being
one of the most
investigated,
rigorous
right? And you can tell when he said, "Don't come after my wife, come after me. Just don't go after my wife." Why? What's your wife got going on? Yeah, it's absolute. And I wish it never even came to this stuff. Like it never needed to come to this. And dude, do you see what's going on with the Democrats now? The Democrat minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat socialist in New York, said he's next to lose his job. So now the Democrats are fractured between the Democrats, the old school Democrats, the new Democrat, the neo-Democrats, and the Democrat socialists, the Socialist Democrats of America. So and that just came out yesterday when they won their primaries in New York, and people are really. It's unbelievable that they fractured that much. I moved from California because I saw the homeless people multiplying in California. I'm really glad I left. So one of the really interesting things, no, I can't believe he hasn't. Maybe it's because it wasn't new technology that he created. But you think he would get like a Peace Prize or something. But they give Obama a Peace Prize and he hurt more people than he helped. Yeah, Democratic Socialists. What up, Sumnan?
Roots guardianship movements with the Friends of the Wye doing amazing work to protect and restore the river.
To maintain its natural course and seasonal rhythms without obstructions or
Hey,
obstructions.
Sumnan.
This
Bam,
piece
brother.
is really quite incredible. It's the first time
Thank you,
that a
thank you,
river
thank you,
rights
thank
charter has been recognised by 6 different official bodies.
The council will reflect the intrinsic value of the River Wye and its tributaries within the
Democrats
new
have dug a hole
local
themselves to encourage them to keep digging. More and more shovels are free. What up, Drong? Have a good night, brother.
The key part is what comes next. Is it just words?
Because Elon raised his arm inappropriately, accidentally took people up.
And I think they will.
He lives on
UFC party, White House, reconstruction, Trump go to the NBA Finals party, failed reflection pool, buddy, I could go what's your point? Listen, I don't get what your point is. You say stuff like that. What do you think? Like, do you not think that money's going to have to be spent to correct the ship? Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or whatever you are, I don't understand what your point is. Do you know Obama also spent 4 times as much money on the reflecting pool and it didn't work? Do you understand any of this, Richard? And yes, things get spent. And also, they had Biden had a drag show at the White House. The NBA, the Knicks ended up winning the finals. I just don't get what you're saying. And people are going to jail now for messing up the reflecting pool. 10 years because they want to make Trump look bad, and they're cutting up the reflecting pool. It's unbelievable. People are throwing their lives away. Yeah, the thing is, brother, we know too much, Richard. We know too much. This ain't Trump. This is politics. But it's how the money's spent. It's not being spent on bull crap. Beautifying the United States is something good because we have a very low morale. This type of stuff beautifies it. The reason for the ballroom is because they added a bomb shelter. If you did not know what it was for, the ballroom was just the excuse. Liked wave it had. They gave it Obunga the Peace Prize for optics of it, for they could just sit here and make a jab at Trump. The little event they wish they hadn't been invited to. This guy's good. Forgot his name. Little complained about Trump wasting money. Right. But he's brought more money into America. At least he's not just blowing it. Like these are investments. And of course, you're going to have a party. It's the 250th. No matter who was the president, we'd be having a party for the 250th celebration of the United States. You're just mad that it's Trump. Why do you keep coming around here? He's trying to learn. I understand. He's trying to learn. He's been programmed for so long, and he's not used to hearing the truth. How much did USAID waste? Trillions. Right. They said that we wouldn't have a national debt. They said we wouldn't have a national debt. We're like 40 trillion in debt. Hate watch, it's all right. He's learning. He's here to learn. He's the only place he's going to get the truth. Democrats wasted, stole trillions from USAID, but that's a complaint about the reflecting pool. And the reflecting pool is being sabotaged, and that's the big thing. And people are going to lose 10 years of their life for trying to say, they want to be able to say on the internet, oh, the reflected pool. Great. Now you're going to jail for that. Dude, it's unbelievable that people are willing to throw it away just to try to make Trump look bad on the internet for a couple of days. And they're going to lose their freedom for a decade. It's unbelievable. Trump passed a law in his first term that said any defacing, damaging, or hijacking, not hijacking, can't remember the term, of national monuments is a 10-year prison sentence. You hear about the trans school principal that call, yeah, like every day it's different people. Machiavellian. And Seinfeld wearing the AIDS walk ribbon happened in real time, forcing people to wear their alphabet mafia covers. Yeah, they do go on about the reflecting pool and ballroom. Right, the thing is, the Democrats, when they get in power again, will use the ballroom for the next 100 years. And they're going to use the reflecting pool, and they're going to get pictures in front of the reflecting pool. So it's like they want this stuff done. Like I said, Obama did the same thing. He tried to beautify the reflecting pool, but it had leaks in it. And now people want to be like, no, this is worse than Obama's. Look, it's peeling. And people are going to jail for it. Why? Why don't you enjoy your life, your friend, your loved ones, your children? Why do you have to throw your life away to try to make Trump look bad? Why can't you just figure something else to invest your life and your time in? All this hate time that people are investing in hating Trump, they could have done a side job. They could have done something online. They could have made some money that they could invest in now this very booming economy. There's more money now than there has ever been. There's more millionaires created than there's ever been. There's more people coming out of poverty than there's ever been. There's a bunch of people that have lost their money and on scams and wackadoo ways to make money and DEI, so they're on the internet complaining. And if you're only on the internet, that's all you see, because people that are happy about everything aren't really on the internet. The shelter is to keep out when the shit hits the fan. No, man. Those dummies messing with reflecting pools getting 10 years. Good. How much did it cost security? Americans, how much did security cost to open up your eyes? What are you talking about, brother? What did it cost when Biden did it? What did it cost when Obama had one? This is marked into the budget. You just because you're seeing the price tag doesn't mean it would have happened. The party wouldn't have been UFC, but it would have been another party if it wasn't Trump. I don't think you're thinking through it, brother. You're not thinking through it. The money is set up for these celebrations. It's already set up. It was already in the budget. That's why every presidency, every person that's a president does things for these different holidays and dates of remembrance. It's set up. It's set up for but the way that the Bidens did it was they go LGBTQIA, which is absolutely crazy because it's only a couple % and Trump just did it for everybody. They could reflect on their crime. NPR did a story. It was fake news. Trump failing to fix the reflecting pool, admitted it was fact vandalized. Right, and these people are going to lose. Either they're going to have to spend money on lawyers, and if they're lucky and they get it cut or whatever, they're going to have to pay for the repairs. And it's just dumb. Why? Please live your lives. Enjoy the time you're on the planet. Don't be hateful for things that don't affect you. The money has already been taxed. Trump didn't raise taxes to say, I'm going to have a party. The money was already there, as it is for every other president. It's already budgeted, and it's already in the taxes that we pay. He didn't raise taxes to do this. He actually lowered taxes. Transgender studies, Afghanistan's worth billions, but America can't have a ballroom. Yep. He's working on it. He's learning, Raid. He's learning. He just doesn't know how to ask questions yet. He doesn't want any of his friends to see that he's trying to figure out what the truth is. I don't think he's necessarily here to learn, Rich. He'd be asking questions, not make a dumb jab after the other. Well, he's definitely a hater, but maybe he'll get better. We'll give him some time. We have to offer him some grace. Listen, people have been lied to for so long, and if we could just, maybe if it flips a switch, but if he goes overboard there, then he's gone. But yeah. Democrats spend our money foolishly. I agree. Everybody does. How much did security cost the American Trump for the final of the NBA game? He's already got it, my brother. He's already got the security. He's already got it. He didn't charge more money. These people are on the payroll. He didn't spend more money. These people are already paid their salaries. He just had them go there. It doesn't cost more. It's sad to see people are so brainwashed. Pleasant doesn't say the inner dialogue. Right, people want to hate him so much. They want to say, look what he spent this money on. No, the money has already been spent. The money is already in line. He didn't. Now, if he would have hired and trained people, brought in 50 more people at another $100,000 a year just for that, then I could understand it. But they're already on the payroll. It didn't cost more. It's part of the budget. I'm a psyop. How much do Democrats waste on USAID? Trillions. Booming economy. You're an idiot, right? What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean? S&P 500. S&P 500. S&P 500. Here, that's our economy in a nutshell. Here's when Trump came in, 2024, right here. It's $4,000 some odd dollars. It's up to $77,383 right now. It's doing very good. Listen, you've got to understand there's more than just your local bubble. The people that are living their lives and making a lot of money and investing, more people are investing and more people are doing good than are not. There's more people that complain about it. And there's people that want to complain online and make a big deal about it so that they can say, oh, everybody's hurting, so donate to my NGO so we can help them. And then they pay themselves $250,000 a year to see where the money needs to go. And then they give somebody $20 and they take a bunch of pictures with them to put online and say, this is where your donations went. I'm doing great, brother. I'm too energetic. I get excited. Liberals have gone insane. Rather burn our country down. NBA finals budget, you're a tool. What do you mean? No, dude, no. The people that did the security were already employed. They were already being paid for that. They were being paid to secure the president. They didn't hire more people. You're a fool, brother. I'm trying to help you. They didn't hire new people to do the security. They were people that were already on the payroll. I've been homeless too for a while. It's really hard to get back into a decent situation without a will to change. Yeah. Biden had the same event line item, rainbow all over the White House. Yeah, it's a great big ballroom. Brother, it's not. They're building a bomb shelter in the White House. They're building an underground bomb shelter. That's the reason for the ballroom. And then while they were building the bomb shelter, when they were having people, dignitaries fly in from around the world, for the past 40 years, they've been in tents, big tents outside of the White House. Obama did the same thing. I don't know how old you are. I'm guessing you're young. But Obama also did demolition on the White House, brother. Obama's demolition at the White House. So Obama demolished and had stuff built at the White House also. This is what presidents do. But the media wants Trump to look bad, so they say that everything he's doing that's in line with what's on the budget and line items for what needs to be done and how much money can be spent is there for the presidents to do. Ohio. Dude, they were having steak dinners with foreign leaders on the lawn. Yeah, right. In a tent on the lawn, right. So, but they were going to build a bomb shelter that every other president will use, and everybody else that's in the White House now has a safe place to go. So when you run for president, after what you've learned here in 110th grade, to help be a good service to the American people, you'll have a bomb shelter you can go to. Imagine how embarrassing it is Americans to host dignitaries in a tent. Yeah, I know. I thought it was a good idea. But Democrats would have had a big drag show. What I think's odd is Democrats saying you better tear that down day one if somebody gets elected. Why would you just waste that money? Why would you spend all of that extra money to tear it down when you could do it something else? At least it's a lifelong thing. It's not. He's not putting a big sculpture of his head 75 feet high and stuff like that would be torn down. Gave Hunter immunity from prosecution. Yep. Democrats have to show gay pride show for larger social gatherings and affairs. Yeah. Imagine being against the ballroom because it's Trump. Yeah, I know. It's not easy to deal with, okay? Do it my best chance. Democrats would have a ubiquitous festival at the White House, a big shindig with even if it costs war, we can just print more money. Duh. Imagine saying America should have first. Yeah, I know, brother. My uncle, that uncle money and NBA Finals money could have gone to the homeless, correct? No, you don't understand anything about the government. This money has been budgeted. There is a budget for the homeless. There's a budget for that. The executive branch does not handle homelessness, brother. Democrats legit stole trillions from USAID. Richard, Democrats stole trillions from USAID. What are you complaining about? Imagine, right, brother. Do you know how much money has been spent on homelessness? There should not be any homeless people. Every year, each homeless person could be built, a $250,000 house could be built for every homeless person every year. That means for the past 10 years, each one of these homeless now should have 10 homes. And they don't. Where's that money going? It's being misspent. So the extra money, where do you think that would go? They'd hire more people to walk around and take videos of the homeless and say, we need more money to help this homeless. Everyone has their finger. So Trump added $5 trillion to the deficit. Great job, Trump. What do you expect? Don't you think when you walk into a house that's went through a hurricane, you're going to have to spend money to fix it? This is the problem you're having, brother. You're not waiting till the end of his term. If he has a return on that investment at the end of his term, what will you say? If he makes more than $5 trillion back for this country, what will you say? Stupid spending things, this guy is stupid spending on stupid things. What? I mean, whatever. False eye in the Middle East. Obama. Yeah. Right, a lot. What are you talking about? It's right here. It's right in front of you. It's always a false Zionist. He did tear down and construction at the White House. The White House demolition. Okay, here, we'll do this. Demolition and building Obama administration White House. Okay, Obama-era White House. During the Obama administration, the White House underwent major infrastructure renovations that required significant construction and evacuation. The big dig in 2010, the administration began a 4-year, $376 million renovation of the West Wing and East Wing. This extensive project involved multi-story evacuation into the White House grounds to replace aging electrical wiring, plumbing, and air conditioning. The funding, $306 million, was approved by Congress in 2008 from assessments made from George W. Bush. What about the nation Obama bomb? Pretty sure they destroyed it. Yeah, Obama wasn't very good, dude. Obama hurt a lot of people. I think we all know Granda's ballroom will be far more fun than drag queens and foreign dignitaries. All right, the number of Zionist Jews I have met in comparison to the non-Zionist Jews at the suffer ratio of Zionist Gentiles I have met to non-Zionist Gentiles. Obama destroyed race relations, encouraged people to riot over the false racism narrative with George Zimmer. Yeah, that was crazy. How about the $400 million plane which American taxpayers pay $20 million for retrofit, take it out of service for 2 years? What about it? But presidents are going to have that for decades to come. Don't you realize that saved us $380 million? Don't you realize that? Don't you realize that 20 million minus 400 million is 380 million? Dude, really? Not so anti-Semitic. And you think this is a Trump plane. This is for all future presidents also. You're so mad. You cannot see the forest through the trees. Hey, thank you, brother. Dun, 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 dun. Obama said Trayvon Martin says stole his son, whatever son likes race. He says, yep, okay. There you go. Dustin Kilgore received a gift. Insane. Democrats rely on people being ignorant. Right. And I'm trying to help that. You can be a Democrat. Just know what you're talking about and don't get mad over stuff. The thing is, the media wants people to watch the news, to watch the ads. So they say everything bad, everything bad, everything bad, everything bad. So you'll keep coming back to see what's bad. But yeah, this stuff is, and this stuff's been budgeted. It's not been taken out. It's not been added. The stuff that you're complaining about. Speaking of the ballroom, I got it. Fish balls. Your boy is taking advantage of American taxpayers. Stop defending. Brother, you do not even know that. The term isn't over. You do not know that. I don't know that, so you couldn't know that. If at the end of the term, the amount of money brought into the United States minus the amount of money that he spent is greater than he did not waste it. He's creating more jobs. We have 3 times the amount of jobs was expected for us to have at the last job numbers. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're just upset, brother. And if you want any questions answered, I'll ask them. But you can just ask them. But you don't know what you're talking about. You're just being mad to be mad, and it doesn't need to be that way. The only thing I respect Obunga for is that he made the decision to send special operations to Osama. That was definitely a big decision. Yeah. You got to give him his good. But what about everything else, brother? Do you not realize what happened with our border? Do you not realize how unsafe and how many people got hurt from the border being dropped? You don't think, dude, I think that's worth it. I think the amount of money that we're going to save on not having to spend on another 25 million people flooding the borders will be far more than $4 trillion over the next decade. I fell first. Maybe you should stay on that money. Maybe you should say that money had already been allocated for budgeted rather than understanding if we say it for different. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, didn't Obama destroy a dumbass? Yes. He apparently had a basketball court. Let's see. It's entirely false that they destroyed it to adult basketball court. Renovations were extremely sexual. Right. Okay, but let's see. So the building. Okay, let's see. Obama basketball court. Barack Obama has been associated with 2 high-profile basketball courts, the adaptable outdoor court he created at the White House and the regulation size of the Obama presidential office. Shortly after taking office in 2009, President Obama had the outdoor South Lawn tennis court repainted with basketball lines and installed retractable hoops, dual-use space. There you go. Goyam, Buckeye, to be fair, no wonder. Yeah, typical upgrades. Yeah, right. Everybody does it. He's the president, Richard. He won. He won the election. It's right. So you get to do that. What would you do if you were president? What would you do? Dude, he does. So he's, by him becoming president, he automatically donated the $1.6 million that he would be paid during those 4 years. He donated that to charity too. So he's not even taking a paycheck. But yeah, but it's going to be used for other people. So that's typical upgrades. And then when Trump does it, it's just bad because Trump did it. I heard Obama destroyed a perfectly good man. Obama is bomber in chief. Jay-Z hooked Barack up with some blow, and it was nothing like a night at Benghazi. You should have managed the bomber instead of being the president. You have to be retarded to be against the ballroom thing. Right. You have to understand. You have to think past his term. You have to think past it. You can't think now. You have to think like investments in the future and what it'll be worth. We've got money. We've got a lot of money coming into America. We're doing business with a lot of other countries. We have a lot of companies and manufacturing being built in America. The borders closed. A lot less women are getting hurt. A lot less people are getting hurt coming across the border. You having the cartel ship them across the border. You've got to understand that. Some people are so mad they would rather it happen. They would rather all of these women be hurt and all these children be hurt rather than the border be closed, rather than if it just wasn't Trump. If it was somebody else closing the border, fine. But yeah, it's not good. You're getting people hurt with that and making people think it's okay. Typical upgrades, which is common, not tearing down history. He didn't tear down history, brother. Yeah, and brother, listen, you don't know what you're talking about. How much demolition and rebuilding has been done to the White House since the beginning? The White House has undergone massive structural gutting and several partial demolitions since construction in 1792. 1948 to 1952, Truman reconstructed, saw the interior dismantled and rebuilt. 2025, East Wing Grand Ballroom, 1848 to 52. So it happens when it needs to happen. Partial renovations, 1902, 1933, 1970, demolished the indoor swimming pool to convert it to a press briefing room. So people make changes as things advance. These people hate America, so they want white tents on the lawn. I already talked about the plane. What do you think Boeing would have charged the United States government for another Air Force One? Democrat and Republican rely on people being ignorant. Yeah, I know it. Rich hasn't learned his lesson. Evil, give him time. Guess he really wanted to play basketball. Trump made the plane Air Force One. Right. So he accepted that. So now our government didn't have to buy it from Boeing, who would have charged way more money. And then, they saved. It's negative. It's $380 million that didn't get spent. Way more than that. Yeah, you just want to hate him, brother. Big Mike, Ballroom, Trump is the GOAT. Tell me, are those job numbers part-time jobs or full-time? I think it's all full-time. Trump will own the plane when he leaves office. We'll see. What if he's already got one. He's got his Trump 747. His friend Epstein would have liked that. The plane literally given off to President Trump. Right. It was given to him. Like, I don't. Yeah. Like, if you were president and the president or the whatever of Qatar gave you a $400 million plane, you would say no just to say no. I don't know how anyone can desire to have such a conversation about what an ideal government may or may not look like without first discussing the process of false expulsion from D.C. You're reading from Google, though. The first time you haven't talked about poop. The Obama Library is horrible. Yeah. Well, whatever. We go to the White House Historical Association. There you go. White House Historical Association. Yes, many times there's markers embedded in the floor that has 1792, 1870, 1902, 1952. Represents the years the cornerstone was laid. Theodore Roosevelt, Harry Truman. Yeah, so it's called history. Don't real AI overviews. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not trying to write a paper, but I know most of this stuff. If it was something that I absolutely had no idea about, I definitely wouldn't do it. The Obama Library, all the magazines have been stuck together. Who owns the Strait of Hormuz on June 25th, 2026? Who cares, dude? You're crazy. Who do you think's going to own it? Price of oil.
The stock price is unavailable.
So as of today, we're at $73.21 a barrel. That's really freaking good. It's down from a $96 to $70, and it's dropping. And it's closed more since today. So we're down to $71.07. I say we name it. This conversation started with the homeless and being spent better. So here we are. Well, that's fine. Whatever you want. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I tell you what you need to know. I would rather eat British food. All right, where are we at?
Roeding, and in his Instagram bio,
Pasta
he
the
literally
cat
describes
turned into the
himself as a
Playboy
river
Mansion.
guardian, which honestly is like the most river guy thing I've ever heard. Like, rivers are basically his entire personality. So in Aldersbrook, a section of the River Roeding in East London continued to get worse year after year. Paul says that he repeatedly reached out to authorities asking them to address the problem.
All right, dude. All right. Let's see what we can find here. Let's see. Economic. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Let's see what we get. Okay. Federal debt held by the public. All right, percentage of gross domestic product. Where are we at? Overall, 20 period deficits warning. Let overallows. Net interest. Okay, that was where we went to zero. So starting by 2030, so projected will increase significantly. Let's see. CEO's baseline. Individual income taxes, revenues. The revenues will change. Payroll taxes will be the same. Corporate will raise. Other taxes will drop. So other taxes will drop. Corporate taxes will raise. So he's going to charge more for corporations and drop taxes for people. Outlay. Social Security, aged population outlay. So that will increase. So the payouts will increase. Major healthcare programs will increase. Mandatory spending will decrease. Discretionary spending will decrease. Yeah, you don't still know what you're talking about. You just don't know what you're talking about.
And according to him,
everything's looking much better than you're being told, and you can look too.
After years of this, he decided
maybe
that
the
if
Obama
nobody
Buyback
else is going to clean the
That's a
river,
good question.
he
You ever
should.
leave on
And
when
that
to pay
decision
$10
is
billion
what turned
to
a
date a
local
month long
volunteer
vacation
cleanup
to give
into
it
a
up?
story
Would you
that's
do
now
it?
making headlines around the world. So in February of 2026, Paul and a group of volunteers, they decided they were just done waiting. So over the course of the next 10 days, they would set out to restore a 250-meter stretch of Aldersbrook. This was apparently serious work. The volunteers hauled out more than 200 bags of trash. They removed branches, weeds, invasive Japanese knotweed, and thick layers of silt that have been built up for over years.
Dude, do you know what Trump just did? Do you know Trump RX Care? Do you know Trump RX Care has gone into effect? Yeah, you just don't know what you're talking about. You can absolutely. Trump RX Care, even by the Democrats, even by Trump RX. Okay. America was being overcharged for medicine to the same drugs made at the same factories at the same dosage were costing Americans 1,000% more than any other country. This is unacceptable. Comparisons. EpiPen went from Gonal went from $14.50 a pen to $310 a pen. All right. So if you have any medications you're on, you can go to this. You can go to this website. What are you doing? My health care has absolutely gone down. Who cares? Who cares? Why do you care about that? What does that have to do with the government? Who cares? And I don't understand why you do. I don't understand why you care. If the government paid for that, why would you care? Do you even have a Bible? Maybe you should get a Trump Bible. Yeah, I don't think everything. Okay, and how much more did it drop? How much more did it drop? Let's see. Insulin on Trump RX. All right, let's see. $25. There you go. You just saved an extra $10. You happy now, Richard? You happy? All right, let's see. What happened to not see what Trump RX is doing? It's moving healthcare directions being free. Right? Yeah, they don't care. He doesn't care. Okay, all right. Then don't go to Trump RX and save the money. You hate him so much. Don't go there and save the money, dude. Cool. That makes you an idiot, brother. It makes you a moron. You don't want to save money because you hate Trump so much. That means you hate yourself so much. You'd rather suffer. Rich, I'm living in Finland. Much more peaceful and better than America. Yeah, there you go. Mick Jagger came to the United States to get health care and got a heart operation. Was back on stage in 7 days. Yeah. The thing is, you shouldn't be sick. How about vaccines? We paid them to develop them. Sell it back to us a serious profit. Okay. All right. Cool. I don't believe you. I don't believe you went to Trump RX to save money on insulin. I don't believe you did.
The group even hired an excavator to help clear out the parts of the brook that have become heavily
Trump stole my
clogged.
Christmas
And according to
presents
Paul,
one
the
year, gave to
transformation was
Hunter
dramatic. Where
Biden.
there once
Supposed to
was
be my laptop.
sludge that sat still, water was now flowing again. Native plants began actually reappearing, and Paul claimed fish returned to the parts of the brook for the first time in decades, along with dragonflies, herons, and even a nesting moorhen. So what nobody seems to be arguing here is the brook looked completely different afterwards. So for supporters, that was
born in the
proof that a
United States
small
Library
group of dedicated
bathroom floor is
volunteers
shaky.
had accomplished way more in 10 days than
Obama
authorities
Library.
managed to in years.
Maybe don't make
Unfortunately for Paul,
assumptions.
though,
Make ass out
that
of you
wasn't
and
the
me.
only thing that happened after the cleanup was finished, because within just days after,
Dun,
another
dun, dun,
group
dun.
showed up at the river. And unlike the volunteers, they weren't there carrying trash bags.
The
They were
Obama
investigators.
floor
So
sticky
the
bathrooms. Look at
environmental agency didn't
Obama
show
ripped
up with a
contractors
thank
off
you
libraries.
card. No, they
Yeah, I know.
informed
I know. It's freaking. And they raised the price that it cost. They extended it. He said he would pay it, and then apparently didn't.
They were investigating the cleanup for possible violations of the environmental regulations, which is ironic that the taxpayer money is going to that rather than cleaning up the river itself. Like, this just feels like a parody. Like, why is this reality? Because again, remember who we're talking about here. Not some dude dumping waste into a river. No, Paul is an environmental lawyer who had just spent 10 days cleaning up the river. And according to a letter later reported by The Guardian, the agency believed unpermitted works may have taken place in a breach of the environmental permitting regulations. Excuse me, what?
Trump stole
So
my
officials
street.
raised concerns about dredging activity, which is material
Trump's
being
well known
moved
for not
onto the
paying
floodplain,
contractors.
and whether the work
Deal
could
with it,
create flood-
dude. Deal with it. My life's better. My life's better, and you do not care if your life's better, your family's lives are better, your families are safer, your communities are safer. You just don't care about that. You care about NBA games and bullshit. Every president that gets to president is going to make sure that their families, because your family should be the thing that's first to you too, their families are taken care of, and he's doing good for my family. My investments are up. My family's investments are up. My parents are going on more vacations because their investments are up so much more. Who cares, dude? You have to know how to use the financial tools. But he did that when he was a Democrat. There's no Obama library, Richard. Yeah, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how anything works. Because he's so mad. He's just so mad. Upside goes with first indictment case. Obama library is a resident witch doctor. By the way, those job numbers are part of the time jobs, at least the majority of are part-time jobs. I thought it was all full-time jobs. No, I just don't care right now.
Risks. Now, at first glance, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, and the volunteers had just removed more than 200 bags of trash from a polluted brook. The river looked healthier. Wildlife was reportedly returning.
Nobody talks about the people he's helped. Who cares? Who cares? Like, listen, if you haven't even tried to go into business, you haven't even tried and bet against yourself and failed and got back up and tried again. That's respectable that he did it. The people got paid back. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, you should have a good time during it. Yeah. Hey, listen, I don't care. I don't care if more Democrats come in if they're good people. See, I don't give a shit. I don't care if they come in and they're good. I do not believe you're going to see what you want to see. Yeah, we'll see. You can beg ballots. We'll see. They don't have the funding. Do you know that the Democrats have almost no money right now? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he doesn't know. He's just wishful thinking. He's hateful.
Crew.
Like all the people that are being helped, and he's just like, look. So you would like us to go back where we were 3 years ago? Wasn't why I said assumptions are dangerous, brother. Well, so did you hear what came out today about the Dominion voting machines? And I can't remember the guy's name, but he said that Dominion was cheating with flipping votes. And so Dominion voting machines sued him for $1.8 billion. And yesterday they dropped the suit. And I believe either today or last night, he dropped the information proving that they were flipping votes to whoever the highest bidder was. So some people paid were Republicans and some people paid were Democrats. But if you want to read the paper, you go read the paper. GOP is looking at gaining 20 seats. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Just because they keep saying it. He doesn't understand that people in politics say things to try instead of praying. They think that they can speak it into happening. It doesn't work anymore. I used to have pull the Trump card, but you never has a negative R. My reptilian, my evil, purified personification clones exist in AI paradoxes. What up, B2B? It's the first one I saw. Hello, Miss Loretta. Thanks for the advice, B. Crazy. Biden's economy was just fun. Dude. Worldwide respect. Okay, he's freaking trolling. Worldwide respect. He's trolling. Okay, I thought he was serious. Democracy has $30 billion in debt. Yeah, the Democratic Party's $30 billion in debt, right? Thank you, brother, for what we've heard. America's oligarchy. Is it true? No. The problem is the people that are saying it's an oligarchy are rich and they don't want you looking at them. The people that say that we're an oligarchy, the people in the Senate that are saying we're an oligarchy, look at their funding. Worldwide, dude, yeah, he's just lying. He's just trolling. I thought he was serious. Hit back and hot back and breaking. You should be considered deporting Adam. Biden's economy is horrible. Right, yeah. And the dude was couldn't speak. He was shaking hands with ghosts. Everybody was ripping off America. No, we definitely were not. Absolutely not. I thought he was serious. Rick, he got me. Digging a ditch all week and still ain't done. Tons of fun. Sorry, man, it can't deport me. I'm all the way up from here. Obama ruined the economy. No, he did. Absolutely, he did. He absolutely destroyed it. What he did with healthcare, and then now people were talking about Trump being a dictator, but Obama required us to buy his product, Obamacare, or face fines. Biden required us to take a shot or not be able to work or travel. That's dictator. Call me love. I hate people who aren't serious all the time. The Obama library is chicken and watermelon, but the Democrats that hate America, Obama has the slowest recovery from recession ever. So do I. Screw sense of humor. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Story also gets a little more complicated because the environmental agency, they weren't claiming that Paul hadn't done anything. Their argument was almost the opposite. They were saying that they had done quite a lot, and the issue was apparently the excavator.
How did Obama have kids? Is it possible Obama was a female the whole time?
The waterway.
Why do you think they push the ubiquitous stuff so much? The Obama library has holes in the bathroom stuff. Yeah.
And
if Richard changed his last name to Tater, he'd be
dictator. We're glad you care about the river, but you can't just show up and start modifying the river channel without permits and oversight. And honestly, I guess
right, permits you have to pay for.
You can at least understand why those rules exist.
They're like, pay us to clean our river.
If everyone showed up with a shovel and started messing with the river, things could get pretty weird pretty quickly.
The Obama library has tampons in all the bathrooms.
Suddenly being riverfront. Regardless, though, the problem for the environmental agency was that this wasn't happening in the pristine river.
I found a kitten in a bush last week. It's work. It's going home now. I'll be back. Persephone, the Prince of Darkness.
Have been neglected for years. And if the volunteers weren't supposed to fix the river, who was? So Paul, in the meantime,
what the
was not
hell
exactly
is going on here? I'm
immune
not
from
seeing the
apologies.
comments
In
these
fact,
people
the
are
more he
writing. They're
talked
getting
about
time.
the
I
investigation,
got
the
no
more it became
idea
clear
because
that
you
he
guys
saw
like
it as
Trump
proof
because
of a
our
much bigger problem. Because from his
the ubiquitous.
perspective, this wasn't really about
Trump.
permits,
I
it
mean,
was about
Obama did.
priorities. So
Just
after
beginning to
news
like
about
the
the
guy.
investigation became public, Paul accused the environmental agency of going after what he called an easy target. He argued that regulators had spent years failing to address the issues that had actually damaged the river, only to now suddenly become very interested in it after he cleaned up the mess. And this is where the sewage issue starts entering the story. So the Wider River Roding has dealt with pollution problems for years. Friends of the Roding has claimed that one sewage outflow alone releases more than 750,000 liters of raw sewage into the river every single year. So, yeah,
I
you know,
think
it
we
does
should
kind
invite
of rhyme
JF
with the
JFK back in
Maryland,
office.
Virginia situation with the Potomac River. Thankfully, not as much, but this is not good whatsoever. But other groups have been raising concerns about illegal dumping and environmental degradation along parts of the waterways. So Paul's argument was essentially, you're investigating the people who remove trash while the river is still dealing with sewage and pollution. So wait a second, the dude who cleaned the river is under investigation, but the river still has sewage problems? Thankfully though, social media was quickly filled up with people praising the volunteers and criticizing the authorities. And people highlighted the risks volunteers took while pulling needles, debris, and
then they
knows what
charged
else
them
from
for
that
it.
river. And as the story started
literally
spreading, the debate started growing way beyond just one brook in East London. Because suddenly, people weren't just arguing about Alders Brook. They were arguing about something way
they gone
bigger.
crazy.
What exactly are citizens supposed to do when everyone agrees there's
can't
a
kiss an
problem,
AI
but
chat room
fixing
because
it
of Ronald
yourself
Reagan?
is suddenly illegal? Especially after authorities have ignored his continuous complaints for 4 years. Well, a few days ago, heavy rains swept across the area, putting the restored section of the brook to the test. So now, remember, one of the environmental agencies' concern was actually a flood
Souvenir
risk.
store,
So
Obama Library
officials
says it.
have questioned whether the work carried out by the volunteers
Get some people some
could affect drainage
guy
and
gets
water
people some
management.
race to respect
So
themselves.
When rain arrived,
Yeah,
Paul
don't
saw
be
an
banning
opportunity because
nobody.
The morning after the storm,
Don't be
he
banning
posted photos
nobody.
of the brook and argued that the cleanup
Yeah, don't be
actually
banning
did the
nobody.
opposite of what regulators were worried about. According to him, the
Yeah, if I don't say ban them, don't ban them. If they're not straight racist,
don't
don't ban people.
than before.
No,
because
no,
you
no.
know the years of accumulated silt.
I give people
is
the
now
grace they
removed. His
need.
argument
If I
was instead of
wouldn't ban them, I'll either tell you or do it myself.
eroding and increasing flood pressure downstream, the brook was now acting more like a natural sponge. So water was now being temporarily stored, feeding nearby marshes,
Ban the
trees,
ban.
and wildlife before gradually being released. In other words, Paul wasn't just saying, "Look how nice the river looks now." He's kind of saying, "Look, the thing you might say caused problems just helped during a major rainstorm." Now, obviously, like one storm doesn't magically like settle.
Sorry.
a technical dispute
Reagan was
about flood
anti-gun
maps.
for
Like,
the
there has
most
to be
part,
some
allowed
dude out
Dems to
there
end
with, like,
asylums
3
and
and 3
agreed
degrees
amnesty.
preparing a
And then there's
400-page report
Iran
explaining
Contra.
why
Yeah,
things are a little
Trump's
bit more
well, you
complicated
know,
than that.
we'll definitely see at the end of the Trump administration. Absolutely, and anything could change, but Reagan was who we needed at the time, and he definitely made a lot of mistakes. He definitely sold us out a bunch. As you learn more, he had a lot more good press than Trump does because they liked him better. And it was before the Obama-Biden administration where they couldn't lie about it. But yeah, he definitely did some wackadoodle stuff for us. Definitely had some disasters. The boss's daughter has got her, yeah.
I mean, from a public relations perspective,
Shake your
this
head.
was a
Shake your
solid
head.
moment. Because while all the lawyers and regulators were arguing about the permits, most people were looking at the photographs and going, well, the river looks a whole lot better and it seems to be working. So what's the issue here?
Right, he could fuck it up until now, but Reagan was mostly good. He fucked up a bunch of Reagan's messages.
Walk
Like,
past
yeah.
the trash every day and the sewage issues and the invasive plants and decided, well, it's not my problem. I just have to live in this
I'm banning
environment.
anyone
There'd
who
be no
doesn't enjoy the sound of
investigation, and there'd be no
turtle
debate.
sex.
Instead, he cared enough to do something. And I guess the question now is whether the law sees that as a solution or a problem. Because he's currently being accused of carrying out work that allegedly requires permits. And whether you think that's reasonable
souvenir
or
shop
ridiculous
in the Obama
probably
Library.
depends on how much faith you have in the system that was supposed to, I guess, protect the river in the first place. Because this is where the entire story starts to feel kind of like
Farmer's
a loop. Because
dime.
Paul says he spent 4 years asking officials for help. Officials didn't act or
Bandit
didn't
Richard.
act
What
So
wholesome family
volunteers
values that we
stepped
need to get
in
back
and
to.
cleaned up the
Yeah,
river.
well,
The
that's what we
officials
need to
who
get back
allegedly
to.
didn't fix the problem. They showed up to investigate the people who did fix the problem. Okay, so now they care? It's kind of like the sort of thing that sounds like a joke until you realize everyone involved
Big
is just being
Pharma, but
completely serious.
damn, that's kind of
So
boring
the
now that the
environmental
libs got
agency
timed
is
out.
Serious
Necessity
when it
having
says
just a
permits
guitar
exist
love
for a
on fault.
reason. And Paul is serious when he says local communities shouldn't be punished for restoring waterways. But I think the funny part here is if you guessed which side is currently being represented
Agreed.
by an environmental
At least
lawyer,
not as
they would
entertaining.
probably get it wrong
Goats for
because the
breakfast.
environmental lawyer
Do you know
is
where
the
your
guy
kids are?
arguing that environmental regulators are being too focused on the paperwork.
Obama,
Meanwhile, the
presidential
environmental
library,
regulators
the
are
souvenir
explaining
shop.
why
Yeah,
environmental
Jesus
rules matter.
Christ.
That sounds like a whole lot of bureaucratic bloat to me. But hey, I guess everyone
You weren't even
involved
alive during
believes they're
that?
protecting nature. They're just
Iran-Contra?
disagreeing on how. So Paul probably thought the hardest part would be cleaning the river. Turns out that might have been the easy part, which brings us to where things stand today. So at the moment, the environmental agency is investigating whether the cleanup violated environmental regulations.
Right,
No
yeah,
charges have
yeah.
currently been filed, no court date has been set, and no decision has been made for whether prosecutors will move forward with this case. That said, though, the potential consequences are serious. The alleged offense can carry penalties of up to 2 years in prison, unlimited fines,
I
or
study
both.
and retain from
And for
innovation
Paul,
like a
there's
mother.
an additional issue. He's not just a volunteer and activist, he's a practicing barrister. So any criminal conviction would potentially have professional
Remember, I'm
consequences as well.
prototype for
So I guess we
Generation
kind of just have
X.
to wait and see what regulators decide. Maybe the investigation goes nowhere. Maybe it turns into some weird legal battle. Or maybe both sides eventually sit down and figure out how
Stupid
community
tomato.
groups and
Tonight will be the
environmental
night
agencies
I
can actually
pee on the
work
local
together
police car.
instead of fighting each other. Who knows? But
I
that's
like
story
the
of Paul
anti-drug
Proudson,
PSA
the
stuff in
environmental
video
lawyer,
games. The 80s
river
Reagan
guardian,
did good
and
things, winners
folk-dwelling
don't do
activist
drugs. Yep.
Who spent years of his life
Thought it was free.
trying to save a river.
I remember when Jimmy
Finally
Carter was
did
president,
something
I thought he
about it,
related
and
to Mr.
somehow
Peanut.
he ended up under criminal investigation for his trouble, facing up to 2 years in prison with unlimited fines. Yeah, this is just so crazy I had to cover it. So hey, if you're new here,
I know
feel
I
free to
missed it. I
subscribe.
wasn't able to hear all of it. All right.
Also, where'd it go? Where'd the thing go?
I sell
There it is.
stamps.
Also,
I
real
sell
quick,
kids' food
last
stamps.
chance to get
Model kids.
this beautiful
Oh, helping the
Atozy
children
cup over
out.
at
Selling them food to them.
gamersubs.gg/Atozy for 10%.
All right, whatever. Whatever. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter and John Cleese. All right, let's see. Supreme Court loosens law banning marijuana users from gun ownership. Father talks after 4 children found dead in apartment. Uh-oh. More oil, boys. Jeez, one of the key features of the attraction bomb project is heroin.
It makes their muscles look
Dude's a
exotically
wackadoodle.
well, which
Carter
nets them
wasn't
obviously
maliciously bad. He was
public
accidentally
benefit.
bad.
It
Soft
just
stance
goes straight
weakness.
into
Absolutely weak. Absolutely.
injecting copious amounts of vegetable oil into their muscles. Quite literally, that's what they're doing.
Jeez.
This video is educational and informative.
John
in nature.
Madden,
Do not
didn't you
contact
hear
anyone
about
sharing
that?
this video.
Yes,
Also, this video is
dude. Jeez. Yes. Yeah, that's how you find it here. One termer. This dude just sent Elon Musk $25. What an idiot. There's people sending Elon Musk their money, not $1. He sent him 25 bucks. Yeah. I was gonna look that up real quick. Yeah. DEI trash can. Yeah, there you go. There you go. She's a DEI executive at JP Morgan Chase, and she's freaking with her freaking braids and her freaking. I don't know how you get that body style. I guess she skipped leg day for like 40 years. And she was even on a bus with that. She was even out on a bus with that. I don't know why she was fired. She was doing the Lord's work and bravely calls all white men devils. Great person. I could have said him 50 minimum, idiot. He said me 50 minimum. You can't teach stupid. JP Morgan is the reason we don't have free electricity. Yep. He looks like she should be an executive at a buffet. I could teach stupid. She's a great person. Cece. Not anymore. She got fired for this. The viral Knicks parade trash can stunt has now led to city fines. Good. Angela Bays returned the commemorative Knicks-themed litter basket after sanitation officials tracked it down days after the video showed her dumping trash onto a Manhattan sidewalk, walking away with the can. New York, $75 littering fine, $100 for impeding the Department of Sanitation operation. She had already lost her jobs at J.P. Morgan Chase as a DEI executive. You know, they were waiting on that. She was at $250K a year. Yep. Subway Cinema. $250,000. And look, her resume is on X here. She had an associate's degree, and she worked for a church 20 years ago, and then she did something for another company for a year, and then that company was bought by JP Morgan, and they made her the DEI executive as part of the deal for buying the company. So I guess she was DEI part of the other company, and they were like, well, if you're gonna buy our company, she's got to be your DEI person. White devil. She was only making $250K. Yeah, supposedly. Imagine telling the dude that climbs down the sewers and chisel out rotten bricks and so he deserves $40K, but Shrek makes $250K. And then the guy, yeah, if I'm one of the white devils, must have been executive on paper. And sweet. And look, they got the people in the background just looking at her. What's this white woman doing? There's her on the bus, giving freaking gang signs. You're like, look, I make $250,000 a year and I eat all of it. Maybe it's a humble gesture to be more godly. Shame on you for being a white man. It's divided as an African woman. I look for JP Morgan for made $20 an hour, but he's a pimp, local G here. Chill for a candy bar. Yeah, what an idiot. What an idiot. Yeah, anyway.
Steroids.
Do not use steroids.
This is entirely for educational and entertainment purposes only.
I am constantly reminded that the depths of body dysmorphia go far beyond listening to core audios on TikTok while you lift weights. Jesus, man, this is horrible. I really don't understand this because it's do the people around him think this is real muscle? Do they genuinely think that this does anything for him, that it's real tissue under there? His bench press is probably weaker than my faith in humanity at this point. It's a show pony. It's a spectacle that's captivating, not because it's crazy and impressive, but because it's almost disgusting.
As we speak, the crude
well, dude, a lot of the commies in New York, their average pay is $140,000. And they just want more for less. It ain't the poor people, dude. It's not the poor people. I can't help being white. It's the entitled people that are it's the women that believed in feminism that are now oh, working sucks. I should have chose a husband, but now it's too late, so now I need the government. We only like transgender vegans. Or one more like it'll be at 30. Somebody hit the like button. You can't blame me for being white. I was white devil. I was born that way. Come from a long line of white devils. It's not our fault. People who bust their asses to struggle while fat, lazy retards contribute nothing, get rich. That's capitalism. I don't want it. It's not. That's socialism in capitalism. That's exactly what that's doing. Them telling us how to live and being promoted. Because in socialism, there's still the ultra wealthy. There's the company that encompasses the social aspect. The people that are getting paid. And the thing is about, I've talked about it a million times. The people that can convince people to live in socialist area are going to be capitalists. They're going to use capitalists outside of that city or outside of that socialist state to come in, be paid by the government, And they'll be paid handsomely to do work, so they'll still leave. So the money won't stay in the socialist area. They'll just drain it, and then it'll fail, and then the federal government will come in and clean it back up and turn it back into something else. But it's got to fail. That's what's going to happen in New York. Shame on you. I can't believe you are a stable, level-headed citizen. You need to immediately lose your mind. 87 genders. You should be ashamed for being born white. Did you know that white people used to own slaves and hurt them? All white people. They get paid more. They get paid more, but you account for cost of living. It's the same. I mean, that's their fault. No, that's their fault. They just don't see it that way. They don't see what they've done. They don't realize they can't do subtraction. And so they're like, well, I could have stayed in Ohio and made 80 grand a year and spent this and ended up with the same amount of money in the bank at the end of the year. But they can't do it. They want the glamour, the prestige. They want to go out there and meet their freaking boss babe or boss freaking finance bro to take care of them for the rest of their life. And then they realize that they look like freaking trash can girl. They look like this. And then they're like, Now you're not making $250,000 a year. And who's going to hire your thieving ass? I was born a baby boy. Don't tell me I don't remember at the time of my conception. The devil was not fully developed, so I was 2 or 3. I can't help whites are it's a pretty bad stop. We only accept gay vegans who claim there's 124 genders, you bigot. People doing hard work should afford to pay their bills and save. And they can. They can. They can. Who's not? It's people that are blowing it on everything else. Everything else. If they're getting $124,000 a year to work in New York and they're paying $2,000 a month, that's $24,000 a year. So they have $100,000 a year. Say they're spending $40,000 in taxes. That's still 60 grand a year that they could put into the bank or do something. They're blowing it. I could blame you, poopy head. Your point. What up, Ghost? I was going to join the Southern Poverty Law Center to fight until I found out they funded the KKK. Congratulations, brother. Miss Loretta, just being retarded. A fun fact, only white people ended slavery. That's right. Communism has already been tried in Spain and the Americas. Yep. And all the natives were equally robbed. I'm also a white devil. I'm black with a wig down. Do you know that white people were once enslaved? Yes, right. Yeah, they just don't teach that to people in America, or else it breaks the narrative that they're doing to fund the SPLC and companies like that. They're getting that. Like, the people that pay people to post racist things on the internet so they can post them on their website and say the white supremacists need to be stopped. Donate here. Look at the tattoos that white people get. They're ashamed of their skin color. Want to cover it up. Don't tell anybody I said this, Rich. I'm not using your N-word fast. The Barbary slave trade. Yep. Why did that incredibly successful liberal even dump the trash can? Because she felt like she deserved it. It's entitlement. That's hers. I run this town. I work for J.P. Morgan Chase, telling people how to hire DEI type wackadoo. That's hers. And these are the people that want to run the socialist experiment. They own you. It's the slaveholders that convince people to be socialists. Communism is a great thing, and I shall not stand by while it's criticized, you bigots. The reason young people return to communism is because they bust their ass in real work at little pay and can be afford to live fat, ogre, steal 2000 and pushing DEI. That was years ago. 40 to 50 years ago, it was possible. Socialist system, the poor man's opportunity to arrive above the situation. In a socialist system, anti-socialist. No, socialism is good. You guys are crazy. CEO of Boeing shouldn't make $50 billion buying counterfeit titanium, getting people killed. Well, one of these days, our government will finally get freaking cleansed out, and these people will be held to account. What's the story, though, with the lady that dumped the trash can? She worked for J.P. Morgan Chase as a DEI executive, making $250,000 a year. She went to go see the Knicks. She saw this trash can, dumped all the trash out, then took it on the train home. And so that she got fired. She got fired. Here's her on the train with it right here. She's on the train with the trash can. Black Lives Matter, state of Kamala Harris does not have authentic slave blood, therefore she's not black, definitely white. Okay, you tell people that they were folly communists, so they bust their ass and say people don't do what they deserve.
price is
Grand
going
Theft
up.
trash
Last
can.
time I checked, it is $120 for the Brent and kicking up. That is an oilflation. That is an inflation, a stagflation. But guess what? Egypt is doing well and kicking. Egypt has a bigger oil reserve than all the Gulf states combined. To hell with the Strait of Hormuz. They may as well be closed forever. Egypt is secured. Hence the security detail and the bodyguards around him. They're protecting their biggest asset.
That's India.
This guy has more oil in him than Saudi Arabia, for Lord's sake. And guess what? It is
Definitely.
moving about. Good Lord, look at these gains. Mr.
And
Oily.
think how weak the guy is compared to his muscle size.
Egypt is secured. This is the land of the pharaohs. Ramses and Osiris and Isis, baby, please. The Giza.
Isis, baby,
the
please.
Sphinx, and the
We aren't
kings.
even capitalists
Bro,
anymore. We're
oil
economically
talks,
fascist
oil
or
walks,
oligarchy.
Oil is everything. Protect your
Martian
oil
coders.
at all cost. Good
When
Lord.
you're even
Mr.
too lazy to do steroids, he's just injecting oil into his muscles, not just under his skin, into his muscles. I can't speak much Hindi, but I can recognize it. Sinhala, Bengali, and Tamil when I see it. I can speak it when I change my thing, my AI voice on because I'm a YouTube partner. When I make videos, you can click and go to like 14 different languages, and Tamil is one of them. How dare you drive gas-powered cars? I'm going to take a private jet and immediately tell you to stop using fossil fuels. Not fascist in the sense of the left uses it, but in the sense that corporations make policy. Yep. I have recognized a lot of bullshit tonight. Well, you deserve it.
Oily is more famous than 2 times Mr. Olympia, Big Grammy in his own country. It tells you, bro.
I
all
wonder
about
if
oil
people
now.
understand what they're
Oil
looking
talks,
at.
Oil
I
walks.
wonder if they understand if they understand they're looking at an oil bro, or do they think this guy actually works out? Is there anyone ready to fight to make this shit right? Dun, 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 dun. I'm ready to make a
Oil
change.
is-
I'm gonna try to make a change from the inside out. I'm gonna try to change the education system as best I can. We have to eliminate all cows. Their flash lynch is destroying the ozone layer. Fight for peace.
Everything.
I genuinely have no idea who this is, but this is some popular thing that people often do in the Middle Eastern countries, South America, India. I don't know why those places are and I don't really know why it is that those places are like the hubs for this kind of thing, but they are.
It's the only other way to stand out is without working out.
The hyperinflated muscles,
Making
the
it happen.
artificial mass that these humans put on them. I mean, this guy could genuinely eliminate the need for Iran entirely. He has plenty of oil for all of us. From what I gather, this guy is somewhat of a celebrity in Egypt right now because of his appearance, but he's not
Trust me,
actually
stop
a
telling young
celebrity.
people they
He's a
don't deserve
celebrity's
more pay if you want a
bodyguard. And in a lot of these
capitalist
videos,
system.
what they're
Wages
basically
haven't,
saying is that he has an
grown since
extremely
1960s,
impressive
only
and
under Trump
athletic
today.
physique.
No,
Like,
hey,
you can
I understand exactly what's going on. Absolutely. This isn't difficult. It's not difficult for me at all. It's difficult for the politicians because they're acting dumb. But why would anybody that dumb be elected into office? So they don't. I think a lot of them don't know what they're talking about. But the people that aren't on the internet aren't like. There's a lot of politicians. There's a lot of senators. And you don't know mostly any of them. Neither do I. You only know the 12 of them that post on X and YouTube and whatnot. You know, the rest of them are all doing other stuff. So we're all following these 12 crazy people, 6 from the Democrats, 6 from the Republicans, approximately, and the whole rest of them's actually doing stuff, apparently. But we're just listening to these crazy people because they're getting the freaking internet money. And they don't do what they're saying. They just want to be able to stop the oligarchy T-shirts. And you know how much money freaking like AOC's made on shirts and freaking what's the guy's name? Bernie Sanders on merch. Lots of money. And like they say, if you go look it up, it'll say they give it away. But then if you go look at the tax returns and their what you calls for their what do you call it? The freaking breakdown in their taxable income on their when you run, you have a campaign, campaign finance disclosures, you can see they're making tons and tons and tons of money on that stuff. So, I mean, for 35 years or something, Bernie's been selling eat the rich, tax the rich, freaking stop the oligarchies, Bernie bro, Bernie Sanders, face shirts, all that. Yeah, he's been making tons. He's making more money off of that. I think it was like $800,000 they said yet last year on t-shirts and merch. I can't fight. I'm a coward and a pacifist. I'm scared of conflict, but I definitely talk tough on the internet. You could work a summer job, buy a brand new car. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, absolutely. Right. And I absolutely think deflation is going to happen. Like, there's no reason that gas is a price that it is now. We're down to the point where gas should be under $3 a gallon. And did you see that in Texas they have because they're drilling their own gas and refining their own gas? It was $1.07 the other day in Texas. So that's going to catch up once everybody realizes that we're not buying oil from the Middle East for United States gas and whatnot. When that all gets figured out and either other companies start up to take out these big wigs and replace using completely United States oil and gas, we're going to have a very, very big fuel drop. And when the fuel drops, then distribution costs drop. Lawn tractor, farm tractors costs of fuel drops, everything. When fuel drops, everything follows. And that's bound to happen because we're supplying ourselves with our own oil. Please do not punch me. I'm scared of confrontation. What up, Georgie? The Olive Garden shirt. Some politicians, I don't think ever. No, hell no. They don't care. They're there to get rich. Gyrophobic. I'm afraid of lamb meat. If you're a vegan trans, Obama presidential libraries, chickens, watermelon. I'm done with this shit. It'd be fun to scratch out. I'm serious. They think I'm serious. Obama. Youngins are retarded. Bernie is a pussy. Two-time Democratic nomination. Right. So if there is no Democrat Party, they're appointed now. I use gold. Don't just you're missing comedy gold. I don't care. You guys are going freaking crazy.
Genuinely, this is actually
comedy
far
gold.
More you could probably get if you put him next to an obese person who has pre-diabetes. The pre-diabetic obese person would be the healthier variation of a human being. If you don't remember, we've covered always before quite a bit in the past. It's really
look how skinny this dude is.
That just keeps coming back. It is so worth.
Look at his neck
because it never. And I mean, never ends well for them. Usually in bodybuilding, you can say, it's probably not going to end well for that guy. But sometimes it genuinely does. And sometimes people live a very long life after abusing steroids. Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, for instance.
Hasta la vista,
baby. This is more of light, serious comedy stream.
Liters of oil into your muscles. The same
Obama library.
It is
I really thank you for informing me of that. I took my comedy gold down to the pawn shop.
While in your body, right? This is really important. You're walking around with dead heaps of tissue in your muscle, like disgusting shit. Most popularly known, and obviously someone that we've talked a lot about on the channel, is the Russian influencer Bazooka Hands, who's basically had to have all of his arm tissue stripped out because he went necrotic. He injected so much oil that his blood flow was completely restricted and muscle began to die. And that muscle being metabolized in his body was actually killing him. He's actually still going through recovery. We talked about this in a whole video. It's actually pretty good to see because he took the better path. He stopped doing this shit, got help. It was really cool. But this guy is likely heading down a very similar path because what is in his muscles, if it wasn't objectively clear from my orbital bombardment of his physique, is oil. It's lots and lots of oil. A lot of people will deem this as like sight enhancement oil.
Dude,
or sometimes just call them like
shut up, Threshold. You're repeating the same shit over and over again. Are you just so stoned you're just laughing at yourself? Are you just like butt plugs? Did I mention airweave? Did I mention butt plugs? Jeez. Jeez,
and they start pounding oil into their muscles, like into their arms, intramuscular injections to expand the volume of their muscles. Now, in a little bit of a way, you actually see this happen in bodybuilding a lot, and it doesn't end up super nasty looking because a lot of bodybuilders will use this as like slight sight enhancement.
I have a hard job.
People using
Let's cut it out, dude. Jeez, it's been, I mean, he didn't even come up with anything new. He's been repeating the same ones.
Called out for potentially using SEO, but what these guys do goes far beyond that. They are injecting so much more oil than just a little bit. They're doing, and I say this very lightly, liters of oil, because we've seen cases where it's much more than liters of oil. And it's a really big trend in these parts of the world. Essentially, what these men do is skip the whole concept of working out and building a physique through hard work and dedication. Yeah, sure, maybe even a little bit of sizzle, and just go straight into injecting copious amounts of vegetable oil into their muscles. Quite literally,
10 minutes.
That's what they're doing. And they usually do this for two reasons. One is abundantly
unfortunately,
obvious.
bug that,
it
but
makes
I'm
their
original.
muscles look exotically large, which nets them, obviously, public notability. More people taking photos and pictures and more virality on the internet. And that's, unfortunately, about the extent of the upside, because the downsides are far more extreme. And then the second reason is, frankly, just because it's faster, right? You could take 10 years to build really good arms. You could work out, you could do the due diligence, and you could go through the motions, but it's still going to take 10 years. Whereas this, well, people start looking at you next week after you've done a massive injection of site enhancement oil. And taking that 10 years to build real functional tissue that may actually aid you in some capacity in life, well, that's just too extreme. Who wants to take time to look big and, more importantly,
comedy
strong when
gold.
You could just go viral by hitting shit tons of oil into your arms and be basically an Instagram superstar by next week.
Oh, jeez. What? Like he doesn't have any of the not lats. What's it called? Deltoids. So he's just got this big hunk of oil on the front of his shoulder, but the back hole here, he got nothing. Look how crazy that looks. He's got a breast implant in his shoulder. Major body confidence issues. This channel's about big arms. Shut up, Rich. I'm having fun. Comedy gold. I want to be an Instagram superstar next week. Get yourself in with Lamb. Be in your arms race. Wait. Is his name Richard? My name is Bruce. Nice to meet you. I want to get vegetable oil injection so I can run for president in a tank top. Crying fish. I'll send you a camera. Bad clay figurine. Yeah, dude. It looks like a Armageddon. It looks like he's got breast implants in his shoulders. And it's like the vein still sits on top, so people think that it looks like it's actual muscle. Because they inject it in the muscle. They don't inject it under the skin.
And this process is genuinely more popular than you think. So many people do this from these kind of areas of the world. It is honestly baffling. It is a real thing that people do, and they genuinely have this mindset upon doing it. And many of them represent themselves online as having real muscle and putting in real work to accomplish the physique that they've had, or I don't even want to say manufacture, because that involves like some sense of work or planning. It's just literally the most abundantly dumb thing you could do to put on muscle. And the downside of all of this,
yeah, well, it supposedly is really painful, especially when your arms rot off. Because when they inject it in the muscle expands, or the muscle expands, so the oil pushes against the veins and arteries, the vasculature. And then the blood can't go to where it needs to go into the muscles, so it starts to die. Just like how when you get fat and stuff in your arteries, part of your heart dies. It's the same type of thing, but they're just injecting it in. Looks like an ass. Looks like an ass is what it looks like. Yes, he looks like an ass. They worked hard for their look. How dare you say they have fake muscles? Comedy gold. Comedy gold. Comedy bollocks.
Tragic. When you inject this site enhancement oil, synthol or various other compounds, which is about 85% oil, 7.5-ish% lidocaine.
So that's why. So it's 7.5% lidocaine and 77.5% alcohol. So the alcohol is probably to distribute the lidocaine through it. So the alcohol would burn like a son of a bitch, so that they put the lidocaine to numb it so that you can stretch the muscle without hurting like freaking crazy. The janitor guy goes and makes guys like this freak. The janitor guy. Comedy gold, Jerry. It's comedy gold, Jerry. Dating back to
so you don't feel the
1894,
damage.
site enhancement oils were first used as fillers to remove facial wrinkles, augment certain body parts such as breasts. Synthol, a famous site enhancement oil, has been used by bodybuilders since 1996 to augment a muscle size. It's composed of 85% oil. So if this has been done since 1894, I guarantee it's been used by bodybuilders before 1996.
Because it is damaging, and then about 7.5% alcohol. This is the common site
Buckeye.
enhancement oil that people use. Is the
Let's get in this long-haired gentleman from Georgia by any chance. He's originally from the north. Looks like he has plants and chicken coop. I'm probably wrong. You're definitely wrong.
It pools in pockets between the muscle
He also
fibers
seems like he used to
and
work in the
just
film
sits
industry.
There. Your body treats it like a little splinter in a sense, and is a foreign object where it can't break down and it can't be flushed out. So it does the only thing that it does with these kinds of sort of contaminants. It builds calcified walls around it to isolate that thing, whatever it might be. So you do this a few hundred times across one bicep, and the muscle slowly stops being muscle, and on an MRI it stops looking like meat and starts looking like Swiss cheese. Literally, the holes of trapped oil between all of that muscle kind of just bound up in there. It's a really disgusting thing. And that's not it either. I mean, that oil is doing something even worse. It's pressing on blood vessels that feed muscle.
Yeah, they call them bubble boys.
The tissue, and that tissue ultimately dies. And that's not a figure of speech. It literally dies. The muscle begins to just rot in place. As you are looking big and seemingly being impressive for social media, you are literally operating in a rotting body. Now, add a needle going into the same spot over and over and over again, frequently and typically non-sterile environments.
Because the body builds scar tissue around the oil. Encapsulates it. They have a feeling loving that much.
Sepsis and like infections from injections.
You might be right.
Cellulitis. I mean, you name it. Everything you could possibly imagine, just depicting that in your head, it's accurate. Like, it probably is going to happen at some point. I mean, for sakes, man, you can even get this in your lungs, like the oil. There's a term for this. It's called pulmonary oil embolism, and essentially you create scar tissue in your lungs.
Their hands go numb when sleeping. I guarantee.
Oil in the system. There are even well-documented cases where the trapped oil drives blood calcium so high that it starts damaging kidneys. So now, not only are you dealing with necrotic tissue,
because vitamin K, as we know, would move calcium out of the blood and into the tissues, but if there's no tissue next to the nerve, a vein or artery, it's got oil there, the calcium's going to stay in that area, so then blood calcium's going to go up because it can't transfer over. I ripped off bare hands with my bare hands. Call my numb hand the stranger. Bunch of numb bells.
Tissue that's being metabolized, which is also damaging organ tissues, but it's on top of that compounding itself just as oil as a problem.
That's only freak out.
So the whole system just becomes extremely dysfunctional. And the craziest part is that none of this makes you stronger, none of this makes you better, none of this genuinely impresses anyone worth mentioning. It's just a gawking thing. It's like, look at that.
No. I guarantee you get a bunch of booby chicks, booby streamers that will absolutely fawn over these guys in order to do content. Guaranteed. Hey, you're gonna have some gym chick that's gonna be a live streamer or OF girl and will absolutely play it up with these guys. Guaranteed. Especially if these guys got numbers on Instagram. That's the stranger. Shucks when the prickly feelings start to come. Jeez. It might attack in the dark. I use my ham to vote Democrat like a true liberal.
You have to look at them. Now, most people, I would imagine, actually know a lot of this information when they actually engage in this activity. I believe they truly understand the implications of their actions. And that is the saddest part, is that they yearn so badly for the public eye and attention that they're willing to inject liters of oil into their arms, into their shoulders, their traps, and try to look impressive. But what's also weird about it is, they don't care about symmetry. geometry. They don't care about how anatomy would actually look if it was that muscular.
Look
they just
at that.
do it in the, I guess, most picture-worthy muscles, like your arms, but their legs, like their legs are twigs. They clearly aren't enlarging their legs, but just their arms. And you see a lot of guys like this that actually like look like they lift weights. They do obviously have some resemblance of muscle underneath whatever's going on here, but they're also concurrently injecting oil, and it's just so obvious to see this kind of stuff. I mean, holy garganzo, bro, that gut is huge. Homie's got to lay off some of the lentils.
Dear me, this is me, Louis, saluted be on a daily from New Delhi.
Randy
This
Savage.
is one of my followers. He is one of the biggest bodybuilders in India, Mr. Lalit Dalal. He is humongous, almost 300 pounds of solid rock muscle. Look at these gains. This guy was Mr. Asia in
Lalit.
2014.
Must have no
Mr.
grounding in the
New Delhi
real
several
world.
times, and Mr.
Yeah, grounding on the
India.
internet. I
And
use
look
lovely
at him,
lambskin
man.
gloves.
He's just marvelous. By far, one of the heaviest, biggest bodybuilders coming out of India. He is just ginormous.
Damn, what's wrong with the gut there? These guys will never. No, absolutely not. No, they're in it for the internet.
Was smaller, vacuum, abs, and all very aesthetically represented. He could have stayed that way. He was already quite marvelous and overachieving. But he said, you know what? Damn you guys.
Living
I'm gonna
insular
make some gains.
lives
So
where
he
they see
left
themselves
the
differently.
shape and he
Yeah,
wants
you can guarantee they've got filters turned on their phone so that when they look at themselves on the phone, they've got different shapes and whatnot. Like, look, I can do this. Let me see if I can do this real quick. So, in my phone here, I mean, not my phone, my camera, I can turn on these different. Let me see if it'll work. All right, so let me see if I'll do this with my skin. All right, so smooth skin. Okay, so now, so now I got smooth skin. All right, let me turn it off. Okay, it's less smooth. Okay, I can sharpen the picture. Okay, let's do this though. Let's do this. Let's turn that off. All right, reshape my eyes. I won't be able to see it, but eyes. All right, so I can do this. I don't know what that does. I don't know what that does. Let me see. I can't see it. I don't know. Where's that? Oh, eyes. There we go. Slim eyes. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Ready? Right. Oh, watch my jaw. Look at my jaw. Look, see my jaw? Boom. 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 And I can change that. Like, I can go, well, hi guys, I'm on the internet. And then I can go, boom. Hey. Okay, whatever. Anyway. So I got, boom, there you go. Back to normal. Beauty. Okay, so beauty. I got sharpened skin. Okay, whatever. You got it. You understand. He's got muscles for picking up and hanging up the phone while working in the call center. He uses Google Cards to pay for his gym membership because balance is needed. Yeah, you'd think you'd have balance. We have the technology. Can you reduce the fat loss? Reduce? Probably. I guarantee I can. Yeah. Well, why does it have to be everything with you? Interesting. Looks like Kelly Osbourne. I was looking at it the other day. Always got the power.
On a proper gaining sprees, baby. Please, look at him. He left humanity behind. Bro, this is tikka masala.
Yeah, like it
and
doesn't
chicken
make any
tandoori
sense. You
on a
can't see like the difference between his forearm and his bicep. Like it's all wackadoodle.
daily. So look at the obliques. Look at the obliques of Dalal, bro. They're just amazing. Look at the vascularity. Some haters call that varicoses. Baby, please.
Varicoses,
being vascular. The gut, bro, is off season. Do
Yeah,
not
the
judge.
gut's
He
going
eats.
crazy. I
It is
wonder if
not
he tried to
common.
inject it in
This
his
is not a
gut. Listen,
bubble,
I like
trouble,
country
quadruple
black more
gut
than ghetto
bonanza.
whites. Yeah,
But he
sure, me
does,
too.
It will go away. He'll recover his vacuum. Believe
He looks
me.
like a
So what
full-size
say
Oompa
you
Loompa.
people? Have
They
you
call it
ever
forearm.
seen
I agree,
an
Threshold.
Indian
Tell us about it.
bodybuilder bigger and better than Mr. Dalal Lalit, I contend not. For me, he is the best bodybuilder from that big country. Bro, that like 1.5 billion people in India, he's the best of them. Salute, B.
Batman.
But anyways, you get the point. It's not a good bet, okay? If you, our sponsors down below are some of the great.
That's freaking crazy. Shut up, B2B. Stop egging them on. All right, let's see. Where are we at? I'm probably gotta find my cat. All right, let's see. Beauty. Oh, yeah, this is crazy. This Minneapolis City Council ban on bathhouses. Apparently, back in like the late 80s, early 90s, they closed this bathhouse down in order to slow the spread of HIV and AIDS. And apparently, they opened it back up to help celebrate Pride Month. It's absolutely crazy. Still America. I'll say what I want. All right, let's see. The Last Supper. Born folded in half. Oh, whatever. That's so crazy. Inside a Pan-African. Let's say it's a perfect storm. Let's see. Shaq just ended Bill Burr's career. Wait, jeez. Weird art. Chewing. I move my jaw. I'm chewing. What up, Domination? Yeah, well, you can't be freaking racist as freaking hell. And it's not like he just said it once to say that's what's going on. He's trying to push freaking his wackadoo bullcrap. Black Life Shadows. What up, Rondano? Long time, brother. Real life stories from the streets. Declassified. Oh, let's watch one of them. Let's see what's new. Damn, I'm so upset. Brother, I don't know. I had no idea. And it's people like him that keep going on and on and on and on and on about stuff and being so freaking race-based while saying, but it's because everything's race-based. Well, why does it have to be for you? Why does it have to be for you? And why here in on my platform? I bet a bear in Japan, I bet to a bear in Japan, those bodybuilders are considered like Wagyu steak. Yeah. It's not like he said it in passing. He just kept repeating it over and over and over and over. Bet to bear. When are we doing a drive-in stream again? Probably Saturday or Sunday. I like to stir the pot. I know what you're doing. The holy hell, we move on from the library, right? Like from 2 hours ago. All right, let's see what we got here. Hidden base. All right, this looks funny.
Climbing a mountain is epic.
Let me check, see if I can get my
Mount
cat
Fuji,
in again.
That's next level. Japan's tallest peak is a brutal, treacherous beast, a challenging accomplishment, and one man who is about to conquer it wants to mark the achievement. And what better way to show the whole world than snapping a selfie atop a mountain in freezing cold temperatures? What could go wrong? Well, it turns out a whole lot. Find out more on today's episode of The Infographic Show. Embarrassingly stupid ways people died, Darwin Awards winners. The Darwin Awards, the controversial and darkly funny award ceremony, honors the few, the proud, the stupid, who managed to remove themselves from the gene pool permanently. There are only 2 rules. The person must die or render themselves unable to reproduce through other means, and they can't remove anyone else from the gene pool in the process. Now let's see how a king would grace the Darwin Awards in royal fashion. The kings of France often met interesting fates, as Louis XVI found out when he met Madame Guillotine. But almost a millennium earlier, his predecessor in the name, Louis III, didn't need any outside help to take out his own head. The young king of West Francia had only reigned for 3 years, but it was a reign filled with military success against Viking raiders. Not bad for a teenage king. He was only 16 at most when he took the throne, and many no doubt had high hopes for his reign. But alas, he was a teenager, and they don't make the best decisions. One fine autumn day, the young monarch was out for a ride in Saint-Denis when he suddenly spied a beautiful maiden. He was in love immediately and decided he had to pursue her and win her hand. After all, he was the king, and who could stop him? Well, it turned out the answer was gravity. He ordered his horse to give chase. It took off like a bolt, and the king's head slammed directly into a door lintel, ending his life on the spot. If ballads were written about him after that, they would definitely be the first entry into the tragic lovesick idiot playlist.
Amazing how
there
you
were
can
probably
carry
dumber
a
deaths than this next
coffee
one,
cup
but maybe
so
not
easily.
more embarrassing. Governor Morris was an accomplished man,
amazing.
signing both the Articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution. He was one of the lesser-known founding fathers, but one of the more accomplished ones, writing the preamble to the Constitution. But being a scholar doesn't...
Why in the Library of Candlestick was Mr. Peacock in the library with the candlestick? Me leaving the room for a second. Mom, turn your TV off. He shall return and shall be glorious in his opinion of the library. Yeah. You should tell your mom that you are doing God's work and mind your business. If she tells you that, because you're very... Advocate, yes. Stop making us look like the retarded left crying about jokes. Right. Yeah, it's like if you're trying, if you're that political and you care that much, then you should care how you represent yourself to other people. Like, oh, this is what conservatives act like? Well, then screw that. People over here are just as crazy. You know, it's like... Come on. Man, I can't open a freaking pack of graham crackers. Listen, he wants the reaction. I'm a vet here. He doesn't know it's good. Listen, he wants a reaction and wants to troll. That's why I give him the privilege. I understand. I understand because he does it over and over and over and over again. He's super stoned, probably drunk, and like, and he's doing voice to text. He's like, that was a good one. I'm going to do it again. It's one thing to ban people for disagreeing. Yeah, that's what he went to. He went way past that. What up, internet watcher? It's 5:50 a.m. Just gathered fruits in the garden. 104 degrees today in Holland. Code red. Everybody stay inside. Jeez. Have a good day, Scott, brother. 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, I guess you got to gather that stuff.
Always mean common sense. He was plagued by a nasty urinary tract infection, and rather than seeing a doctor, he decided to treat it himself. His method for this? Using a whalebone as an impromptu stylus and, getting it up in there. Yeah, if you're cringing, you're not alone. The urethra was never designed to accommodate a whalebone, so this DIY medical experiment backfired spectacularly, causing internal bleeding and a gruesome infection. In the pre-antibiotic era, it was a predictably fatal mistake, making this death even more Darwin-worthy. The first flexible catheter had been invented in 1752, providing an easy way to treat the issues of the urinary tract. The creator of this ingenious device? Ben Franklin, Morris's fellow founding father. Remember, listen to your weird coworker when he talks about his inventions. It just might save your life. Now let's head to the present day, where the dumb deaths are not letting up anytime soon. If there's one surefire recipe ingredient for a dumb death, it's alcohol. Add open water and you've got a guaranteed disaster. Enter the booze cruise. Proof that as a species, our survival instincts often take a backseat to shots and bad decisions. But that never stopped a good time before. In 2018, a Massachusetts evening cruise into Boston Harbor turned into a tragic circus act. Aaron DeBella decided to show off his flexibility by performing handstands on the boat's railing. The crew spotted him immediately and warned him to stop before, well, he died. To which he went, "Don't tell me."
So, what are we about here? History? Anything relates, open topic. We're just doing an infographic show. But we do a lot of history, a lot of science, a lot of comedy, and people that think they're funny. It's already 78.8 degrees since 4 a.m. In Holland. You guys are going to get up to 105 Fahrenheit. Do your opinions? On good terms, at least honest.
What to do? As soon as the crew turned their backs, DeBella was right back up on the railing, testing his luck and gravity. Soon his hands buckled, sending him directly down into the water.
Have a
and
good
apparently
night.
He couldn't swim. The crew held in their "I told you so's" for a minute and then tossed him a life preserver, but DeBella wasn't able to grab onto it and sank to the bottom of Boston Harbor. A search was carried out, but they found his body 3 hours later. So yeah, probably a good idea to have higher railings on the next booze cruise. Curiosity killed the cat, and also this guy. When police arrived at the home of 33-year-old Darren Manship in Leicester, England in 2006, they were greeted with a gruesome sight. The young man had been brutally stabbed to death. They investigated the possibility of a lover's quarrel, or even a simple breaking and entering that turned into a murder. But they couldn't find evidence of either. In fact, they couldn't find any evidence of foul play. The investigation lasted a year, but they finally found the clue in the form of a friend who knew the culprit all too well. There was only one person responsible, Darren himself. The foolish young man had purchased a new jacket, one that was supposed to be pretty sturdy. He wondered aloud to his wife if the jacket was stab-proof. And while he was home alone, he decided to test it on himself by stabbing his jacket with a lock knife. Turned out the answer was a resounding no. And while he called a friend after stabbing himself and later called for an ambulance, it was too late, and he bled out. It's a valuable lesson about the scientific method. You can do any experiment you want, but there are some you really only get to do once. And for determined Darwin Awards winners, anywhere is a playground and a potential death trap. New Carrollton, Maryland, is a busy transit hub located at a junction between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. It funnels countless commuters between stops every day. It's usually a pretty fast and efficient place. So, how did someone wind up dead there in the middle of the night? More shocking, the man appeared to have fallen down the escalator, but his body was lying in front of the up escalator. You would have to work pretty hard to fall to your death on something going the opposite direction. And as it turns out, that's exactly what he did. Investigators checked the security footage and found the man engaged in an
Right. Like, why wouldn't you just put it against a cushion and see if you could stab through it? Why would you try to do it yourself? That's so freaking crazy. Learn how to wear a hat. Okay, thank you, brother. Is that your Tinder profile? Yeah, you guys are
epic midnight showdown. He was running up the down escalator, seemingly on some personal Eye of the Tiger quest. After a grueling effort, he finally conquered his mechanical nemesis, and then he lost his balance and tumbled all the way down to the bottom of the stairs, suffering a fatal head injury. Evidence showed that he may have gotten his clothing stuck in something, which led to his fall, which could have been avoided by not challenging this escalator to a duel. And even the most skilled of craftsmen are often prone to fatal.
Yeah, we're not watching this for 2 hours. I didn't realize it. All right, it's midnight. Let's see. You got your Ohio once. All right, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. My butt cheeks are tired. Stop gnawing your leg. I will. All right, I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. I'll see you guys. Love y'all. See you tomorrow.